And welcome to the May 4th meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and
liberty, and
justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Thank you. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Bannister.
Here.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here.
Councilmember Lum.
Here.
Councilmember Grand.
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Eaton.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Present.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda. Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
Yes, Mayor. We are always thankful, I know you are, for the service that your public servants do working for the city. I wanted to make sure you're aware, this is actually Public Service Appreciation Week, a recognition week, and this is especially important in this time where they're doing so much for the community as community is shut down. But I did want to make you aware of that, and I want to publicly say thank you to all the staff. This is also Drinking Water Week, which recognizes the professionals that do so much to ensure that this country and this community provide clean and safe drinking water. I also wanted to share with you a communication I received that the City of Ann Arbor's annual financial report received the Achievement of Excellence Award from the Government Finance Officers Association that was received this week, and kudos goes out particularly to Carlene Kujay, who led the audit preparation and completion this past year. And lastly, I'll note that over the course of the next few weeks, you and the community will receive communications from the Parks Department about their status on how they're going to be progress and open up the things that they can and modify the things that they can. That's all.
Thank you. There are no introductions, and so where's my cheat sheets? We now come to public comment general time. Reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the clerk, who will notify you at 30 seconds. When your 3 minutes are up, you'll be put on mute and you will go on to the next speaker. I guess I don't have the rest of my cheat sheet. Oh, here it is. Let me see that. Rookie mistake. Let me see. So your phone number and the meeting ID to call in should be displayed on the screen. Callers will be identified one by one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number. You will hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. If there are speakers who are new to City Council, public comment is an opportunity to provide comment to City Council. City Council listens but does not there directly respond. Our first speaker today is Shannon Automaki.
I am unmuted. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. It'll be me and then Blaine.
Ms. Sababiasfani, or rather Dr. Sababiasfani, we are still waiting on Shannon Automaki.
Sorry about
Okay.
that. Ms. Matahaki?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes. Hi. Thank you all for holding this public meeting over Zoom. I want to especially thank Councilmember Ackerman for pointing out last time that meeting virtually provides an opportunity to hear different voices, not just the ones who have free evenings to spend hours in person at council meetings. Unfortunately, because of this pandemic, you also have another opportunity tonight, an opportunity to take some small, inexpensive steps that can make the citizens of Ann Arbor happier and healthier during this time. I ask you all to pass the revised DC-5 to open streets for bicyclists and pedestrians as soon as possible. Like most of you, I'm sure, the onset of the coronavirus pandemic has left me feeling very frustrated. There's not much I can control right now. The virus is in charge. There is so much suffering and pain, physical, emotional, and economic, and there's not much I can do besides stay home and keep myself and my family healthy. One way we're doing that is by taking family bike rides whenever the weather allows. My husband and I have 2 young sons. They're 5 and 2. My 5-year-old just got his first pedal bike, and we're so proud of him for getting right on and riding for multiple miles every day without training wheels. When I have to say no, he can't go to preschool. No, he can't have a birthday party. No, he can't go to the park. No, he can't go to swimming lessons, can't go to his friend's house, can't go to the library, can't go to the dinosaur museum, can't go to the store, can't visit his grandparents. It is the one thing to which I can freely say, yes, let's go outside and ride your bike. But as the weather warms, the sidewalks are getting crowded with lots of people. Kids like mine who have every right and reason to be outside enjoying their bikes, scooters, and skates, but also dog walkers, couples, runners, all of them doing one of the few things they can safely do right now. I've seen statements from members of council saying that they don't see a need for closing streets because it's easy for themselves personally to just move into the road, but I'd encourage them to think outside of their own experiences. It's not easy or safe for a 5-year-old who just learned to ride his bike to veer into the road. It's also not easy or safe for a person in a wheelchair or someone walking slowly with a cane or with some other assistance. I believe it's also important to close roads in areas where there are significant sidewalk gaps or apartment dwellers without a lot of private outdoor space. My family is lucky to have a small yard and to live in a neighborhood with sidewalks, but there are many families in the city who don't have that privilege. Opening streets also offers unique opportunities for artists to draw on the streets, musicians to put on impromptu performances, all while exercising safe social distancing practices. This could also offer restaurants an opportunity to maybe once again be profitable by putting tables in the closed down roads. I have full confidence that city staff can quickly implement a process to close appropriate roads with little cost or turmoil. It's been done in many other cities much more quickly. The longer we wait, the more frustrated our citizenry becomes. Summerfest, Top of the Park events are all canceled.
30
I imagine
seconds.
Art Fair, the Rolling Sculpture Car Show, and other Ann Arbor summer events and traditions are probably headed in the same direction. Ann Arbor needs a win right now. This is something simple that you all have the power to implement to make life a little easier, a little happier. I urge you all to allow city staff to serve Ann Arbor by opening up our streets to pedestrians and bikes as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasfani.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mojgan Savabiasfani. I am running for City Council seat, Ward 4. I want to invite everyone in Ann Arbor to go to my website, voteforthedoctor.com. I have posted and I've also emailed the City Council what I will do during the first 100 days after I replace Mr. Eaton. I want to invite everyone to go and read that. Here, I will give you a short part of the information that I put on my website. As soon as I take over Jack Eaton's seat on the City Council, I will tell the City Council to stop kicking the can down the road when it comes to Gelman contamination. I will demand a resolution committing the city to clean up that Gelman contamination immediately. No one else is going to do it. Then I will tell the City Council they must enact a $15 an hour minimum wage law for the city of Ann Arbor so people who work here can live here. Then I will tell the City Council to put its money where its mouth is on good jobs and education. That means a major increase in city funding to the Neutral Zones Job Corps program. so that every child in this town can get into college or a trade school, and it will be followed by a good job. Then I will tell the city to put its money where its mouth is about the COVID-19 pandemic, which is decimating the Black community. I demand a resolution telling the Congress to enact Medicare for all. I will tell the City Council to buckle up and fiercely reject racism, which is deadlier than COVID-19. I'll demand a resolution requesting that the U.S. Congress approve universal basic income payments of $2,000 per adult per month, and failing that, the Michigan legislature must do so. I will tell the City Council to get a backbone and stand up for human rights. I will demand a simple 7-word City Council resolution which states that we are against military aid to Israel. I hope everyone on City Council now is firmly against giving $38 billion to that racist state of Israel. Right now, we
30
need that
seconds.
money here. We need that money here. I would like everyone to think about all that I've said, and I will wait to hear from them. What do they have to say to all that I have planned for them to do?
Thank you. Our
What
next,
do you have to say, Mr. Mayor? What do you have to say, Mr. Eaton? Ms. Nelson, you represent Ward 4. What do you have to
Time.
say to what I have just told you?
thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
We are against military aid to Israel. That is the 7-word resolution we have been demanding for years at the Ann Arbor City Council. Now, when you look at the landscape now with COVID decimating the Black community in the United States, with COVID turning tens of millions of people into unemployed, completely broke people who cannot pay their rent, do you really want to pay $38 billion to Israel to keep gunning down Palestinians? Really? Do you want to keep paying Israel $38 billion to keep massacring thousands of Palestinians? Is there anybody on this city council who would raise their hand and say, yeah, you actually want to keep giving Israel $38 billion to keep murdering Palestinians? I sure hope there is nobody that insane on the city council. I sure hope. Even in the best of times, you don't want to pay. I sure hope you don't want to pay $38 billion to Israel to keep mass murdering Palestinians. This is something that is so elementary. I don't understand why for just about 18 years now, you have refused to even allow a hearing on the subject of this resolution. In case you forgot, the 7-word resolution we have been proposing for years is, here it is, we are against military aid to Israel. 7 little words that would save many, many Palestinian lives. One more thing. Don't forget, there are many, many Palestinians who are members of this Ann Arbor community living right here. And if there were none, it would still be your obligation. It would still be your obligation to make a stand for human rights and pass that resolution. We are against military aid to Israel. I mean, what does it take? Right now, Israel is gobbling up more and more and more Palestinian land under cover of this COVID-19 epidemic. Israel is even destroying a Palestinian
30
COVID-19 clinic. Israel is even destroying a Palestinian COVID-19 clinic. I mean, for God's sake, what does it take for you people to open your eyes and approve this simple, bonehead simple resolution for human rights, which says we are against military aid to Israel? What does it take? Any answers?
Time.
Any of you on?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Herskovitz.
Go ahead.
Good evening. An opinion piece by SMU's Rick Halperin was printed by the Ann Arbor News last week, titled Reflecting on Liberation of Death Camps Amid Our Pandemic. Mr. Halperin wants his readers to be once again reminded of an historical event now 75 years old. He writes, "It is believed that about 1.1 million individuals, including women, children, and those with disabilities, were murdered at Auschwitz-Birkenau." What he doesn't inform his readers was that the 1.1 million figure wasn't always so. According to many sources, including the Chicago Tribune and the New York Times, the Soviet Army occupied the camp in January 1945 and took all the camp's death records. Pravda then announced to the world, quote, 4 million people suffered and died here at the hands of the Nazi murderers between the years 1940 and 1945. This phrase was inscribed in 19 different languages on 19 metal plaques at Auschwitz for over 40 years. Then in 1989, Soviet President Gorbachev released the captured death books, causing the Auschwitz Museum director to remove the plaques and install new ones, which now read, quote, "Forever let this place be a cry of despair and a warning to humanity, where the Nazis murdered about 1.5 million men, women, and children, mainly Jews from various countries of Europe." Mr. Halperin's figure is even less than this. And the point to be made here is that with the addition of newly available information, numbers change. This is the essence of revisionism and has nothing to do with denial. And if numbers change, doesn't it make sense to question other allegations? For example, Halperin's charge that the so-called final solution was to rid the world of Jews. This must come as a shock to traditional Holocaust historians, most
30
notably
seconds.
Raoul Hilbert, whose magnum opus was the destruction of the European Jews. Mr. Halperin takes an enormous leap of editorial freedom when he extrapolates, without any support whatever, from Europe to the world. By doing so, he contributes to unwarranted pseudoscience, which is then disseminated to a gullible public. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Our next speaker is John Mursky.
Service.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for your public service. As you know, Ann Arbor emits 2 million tons of greenhouse gases every year. Those emissions are atmospheric sewage. We have knowingly contributed to a tragedy of the commons, polluting a shared resource, our atmosphere, for decades. Climate change will cause increasingly devastating impacts with huge social costs, ultimately borne directly or indirectly by residents. Protecting the planet and the city from such consequences should be a basic city service because it is foundational to Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, where health and safety are the most basic. Recognizing that, you declared a climate emergency, set a 2030 carbon neutrality target, and asked the city administration for a plan to achieve it. You didn't ask for a 60% plan based on low-hanging fruit. You didn't add caveats. The implication was that you wanted a plan based on the best science, economics, practices, policies, technologies, and lessons learned from around the world. The city, with the help and input of hundreds, delivered that plan. The 7 strategies are the only way to get to carbon neutrality. They mirror the plans of other entities and global analyses like Project Drawdown. Remove a strategy and Ann Arbor won't get to net zero. The details will change with new developments, as they should, but the overarching framework will not. The plan calls for investing $1 billion over 10 years. That needs to be put into perspective. Much of that money is likely to come from other entities. Moreover, the city's fiscal year 21 budget calls for $83 million for clean water and sewage treatment infrastructure and maintenance, with hundreds of millions more having been spent over many decades for what would otherwise be another tragedy of the commons. In contrast, to date, Ann Arbor has invested virtually nothing in treating its greenhouse gas sewage. To rectify that and to begin to reduce Ann Arbor's emissions, you must approve the A20 plan and the resources in the city's proposed fiscal year 21 budget. The fiscal year 21 outlay is a tiny down payment to start implementation, including how to finance the plan beyond the initial estimate already provided. The plan is also an investment, just like any other the city makes on behalf of the welfare of its residents. It is an excellent value proposition with billions, yes, billions of dollars in benefits, like reduced social costs, energy savings, reduced transportation costs, job creation, economic development, and more. Most importantly, approval is an imperative, just like responding to the coronavirus. If you reflect deeply, you will realize there is no other moral or ethical choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Henney.
Go ahead, Mr. Henney.
Hello, my name is Jeff Henney, and I'm a resident in 48104 area. I have been working with the task force for the center of the city, the commons that we're trying to develop. And I'm speaking today on behalf of a resolution which is being put forth to you today to accept the final report from that task force. I was an informal advisor to the task force on commenting around the world, and I found the work of the task force to be exceptional. Many different points of view were represented on that task force, and although there were disagreements, we came together, or the group came together, and came up with a good set of recommendations for the city, which I urge you to adopt today, this resolution. And I just want to remind everybody of the main conclusions, or let's say the main recommendations. One is to facilitate the formation of the Ann Arbor Council of the Commons. 2, schedule regular meetings of the Center of the City Block Partners Group. 3, remove ground level parking on the library lot parking structure and begin efforts to redesign as an active public space. 4, authorize initial planning for the long-term development of the Center of the City Block as a priority under the city's master plan. 5, authorize initial planning for the development of public spaces on the Center of the City Block. And 6, negotiate potential agreements, easements that allow for future expansion and connections of the public spaces on the Center of the City Block. What I want to remind the council is that that's about a physical location, but the Commons is much more than that. It is really a third force between government and, to balance government and the private sector. And I think can contribute immensely to the city of Ann Arbor, its residents. And we look forward to, we have an initiating committee of activists that is putting the Commons together. We're putting a website up. We live in the era of the coronavirus, so we have to do a lot of virtual things initially, but we're putting a website together, and we're starting to mobilize and activate all the different groups that are interested in being in the Commons, including eco villages and so forth in Ann Arbor. And
30 seconds.
We look forward to working with the city council, with the city manager, the interim city manager, Tom Crawford, to advance the next stages of this, and would hope that you would encourage the collaboration with us on behalf of the administration of the city. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Hi, I'm here to talk about DC2, the resolution to support the Fair and Equal Michigan campaign. So we've got on the campaign is a ballot initiative to amend the state's Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act to include, to prohibit discrimination by sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. A lot of people don't even realize that it's completely legal to fire someone in the state of Michigan for being gay or for being transgender. We've been trying to get lawmakers for years in Michigan to, pass a bill to change that and to add protections for LGBTQ people. And they just don't seem to be interested in doing that. So this year we're going around them by doing this petition, and we got to get 340,000 signatures by May 27th, and we'll get it on the ballot. I think this is something that will do well at the ballot. This petition has already been endorsed by the big three automakers and the Ann Arbor-Ypsi Chamber of Commerce, the Michigan Chamber of Commerce, and the Huron Valley Democratic Socialists of America. And I think when you have the Democratic Socialists agreeing with the Chamber of Commerce, you have what's referred to in politics as a broad consensus. I think we also have that here on the City Council, because I know that each and every single one of you has signed the petition, and I know that Mayor Taylor has added his name to a list of over 20 mayors in Michigan who support the petition. So I have no doubt that that DC2 is going to be approved unanimously tonight. But so really, I'm talking to all of the Ann Arbor City Council watchers tonight, because this is your chance. You've got a computer in front of you. So I urge you to go over to the website fairandequalmichigan.com, because the petition can now be signed online. So since you've got a computer right in front of you, go ahead and do it right now. It just takes a couple minutes, and it'll be great. We can have we'll have some basic civil rights for LGBTQ people here in Michigan. Thanks for considering this. Thanks in advance for approving it unanimously.
30 seconds.
And thanks to all of you who are going to go sign it right now. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Schinabarger.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is David Schinabarger. I'm a resident in the First Ward. Quick shout out to Kathy Griswold for responding to me on Twitter, so I knew who to call at the city clerk's office to speak today. First of all, thank you all for your public service and allowing this time for us to call in. It's actually really great not having to travel downtown in person on a weeknight. So I'd like to echo what Shannon said earlier. I'm here to voice support for DC5. So I support the lane and road closures both during COVID-19 and beyond. I've gone on many bike rides here in the last week as it started to get warmer, and it seems like yesterday, it seemed the streets in Ann Arbor had more bikes on them than they did cars. We know that other cities like San Diego have tried this with over a 400% increase in bicycle use. Our streets are essentially empty right now. We know that closing them is only going to make them safer. Please don't delay this. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that delaying this could potentially cost people their lives. Some comments on DC5. I don't love the wording of the quote, and receive council approval in advance of implementing any later street reconfigurations on non-residential streets, because this enables council the ability to veto important and key non-residential streets as they come up. For example, the Broadway Bridge is a good example of a non-residential street that's currently unsafe to walk or bike across while maintaining the 6-foot distance required. This wording would allow council to veto these spots, but at some point we do have to decide between traffic congestion or safer streets, and I'm asking you to please choose safer streets as the best option. This is a unique opportunity to change our city for the better, and maybe for the first time focus on people, families, and children instead of prioritizing cars above all else. I'm looking forward to returning this public space to people as soon as possible. It will make our community more livable. It will make our community more beautiful. It will make our community more peaceful and quiet by lowering noise pollution. It will make our community safer from COVID-19 and is a big step towards our community's vision of Vision Zero. This will encourage people in our community to navigate on foot, on skateboard, on bicycle, or any other non-motorized transit like never before. In my opinion, any step toward non-motorized transportation is a huge step forward for our community and is a huge step forward in our climate action and our Vision Zero goals. And I'm personally really looking forward to this. So again, I just want to thank you all so
30
much for your
seconds.
time and your leadership here as public servants. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Nelson, Councilmember Nelson and Bannister, can we, Ms. Beaudry, can we get the hand raising functional? That is to say, the hand raising on the screen. But in the meantime, we've got Nelson and Bannister. Councilmember Nelson, thank you.
Mayor,
Thank
you
you.
all set?
Just to clarify, would you have rather I electronically raised my hand? Would you have preferred that?
It is a little easier if there's a flurry, and it makes sure it ensures that I get the cue in order. So
Gotcha. Okay.
No worries.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of quick announcements. Since our last meeting, I've had some really excellent conversations with some heavy hitters in our city staff, and so I recommend anybody who's interested. I have some interviews on a2covid19.com. I talked to our police chief Cox, our fire chief Kennedy, our interim city administrator Tom Crawford, and our community services administrator Derek Delacourt. And I have a few more exciting interviews scheduled to do this week. At any rate, anybody who's interested in hearing some perspective from our city staff who are really helping our city continue to move forward even in these strange circumstances. That's one thing I wanted to announce. And the other thing is that specific to Ward 4 residents, there was some road work that's going to be starting on Monday, May 11th, and that's on Ardmore Avenue from Avondale to West Stadium, Avondale Avenue from Maywood to Greenview, Barnard Road from Mershon to Greenview, Glen Levin from Greenview to Woodland, Normandy from Mershon to Greenview, and Woodland Drive from Glen Levin to West Stadium Boulevard. So that's very exciting for those of us who like to see our roads improved. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, Ward 1 neighborhood group, the Old Fourth Ward Association, is pleased to report that on this Thursday at 4:30 p.m., there will be a webinar about a new development project coming down the road in Ward 1. The developer is Doug Selby from Meadowlark Design and Build, and they are remodeling a 4-unit rental building at 530 North Division. And everyone is invited to attend the webinar because it's the world's first living building and passive multifamily residence, which will be designed to produce more energy than it uses and responsibly manage water on site and achieve net zero waste. So it's supported by the neighborhood association surrounding it. It's compatible with their R4C neighborhood, and it provides more housing downtown. It also helps jumpstart our A20 initiative. So if you would like to attend this preliminary webinar to learn more about this project, you can register at this web link, and it's https://virtualtownhall livingbuilding.eventbrite.com. Thank you.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wanted to point everyone to the council communications, in particular to the one related to the Greenbelt that I'm hoping that we'll be in the future reappointing Stephanie Stauffer to the Greenbelt. While she is listed as a representative at large, she is actually an active farmer and someone who's very invested in the local food movement. So having her on the Greenbelt not only brings someone who's involved in local food, but it gives us another farming perspective and someone who farms very close to the city limits. So I hope that you'll join me in supporting her at our next meeting. Thanks.
Further communications from council. Councilmember Griswold.
Good evening. I want to thank staff for the tremendous amount of work that's being done. I think to the public, in some cases, they're making it look easy. It's not. One of the things that I've been focusing on is collaboration. And I figure if I can get good at collaborating during the virus when we're using Zoom and we can't meet face to face, then it's going to be really great when we're able to meet and work together again in groups. I want to address one topic that came up regarding DC-5. And I'd just like to point out that the final whereas clause and all of the resolve clauses were written by staff. And so there is staff approval required in some cases. And that's the preference of staff, because if we close a road or make changes to one road in the downtown area, it can have impacts on other roads. We also have to coordinate with the DDA. Even something as simple as a Broadway bridge, if you look at it, there are a number of streets that intersect with that bridge. So it's really more complex than one might think. And so we want to make sure that we're considering all of the variables, let's just call it that. And again, I want to thank everyone who worked on the revised DC-5.
Further communication from council. I have a couple of communications. First off, I'd like to recommend the following nominations, which will be up for consideration at the next meeting. To the Airport Advisory Committee, Greg Ferris, Teresa Whiting. To the Ann Arbor Public Art Commission, Allison Buck and Jonah Coppy. To the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority Board, Mike Almeding and Kyra Sims. To the Building Board of Appeals, Paul Darling and Catherine Levasseur. To the City Planning Commission, Shannon Gibb Grandel and Wendy Woods. The Commission on Disability Issues, Matthew Solomon. To the Design Review Board, Richard Mitchell and Tamara Burns. To the Downtown Development Authority, Molly McFarland, Darren McKinnon. To the Elizabeth Dean Fund Committee, Elizabeth Collins and Arnold Wortman. To the Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees, Anthony Giovanni. To the Historic District Commission, John Beeson. To the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, Amanda Carlisle, Anna Erickson and Anna Foster. To the Housing Commission, Thierry Batalaga. To the Human Rights Commission, Pamela Meadows Dent and Judah Garber. To the LDFA, Local Development Finance Authority, Michael Sarakathas. To the Parks Advisory Commission, Ruth Kraut and Pravina Ramaswamy. To the Public Market Advisory Commission, Holly Parker, Lisa Young. To the Recreation Advisory Committee, Kristen Kaiser. To the Transportation Commission, Molly Kleiman and Bradley Parsons. To the Zoning Board of Appeals, David DeVarty and Julia Good. Also for consideration at our next meeting, resolution to appoint Jeffrey Perkins to the Building Board of Appeals and the Design Review Board, Christiana Allen Pipkin to the Commission on Disability Issues, and Diana Cass to the Human Rights Commission. And finally, for consideration at our next meeting, resolution to appoint Councilmember Ron Lowy to the LDFA, the Local Development Finance Authority. We now come to our consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Bannister, second by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of the consent agenda. Councilmember Bannister.
Hi, I was raising my hand on those reappointments. I had a question. It's been noted that some of the commissions and boards and commissions had other folks on the wait list going back a year or two. And what is the process for for a council member to recommend on a commission or board that they serve one of these names from the Granicus database?
I guess the generally speaking, if there are people who are in this, if there are folks who people are interested in having in moving forward, I guess what I would suggest is that they communicate to me and that they ask the applicant to communicate.
Okay, I think I might have sent you a couple, 2 or 3 emails on that, so I will circle back with you. I did have a person who was interested in the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board.
Thank you. I've got Councilmember Grand now, and this is a little bit off. Let's just roll with it, but if we can slow down the back and
Super
forth
fast.
during the.
We have a council policy that I believe we passed that was introduced by Councilmember Nelson to explain just how we should be behaving in this regard. So I would just suggest we follow that.
We have, I think the consent agenda has been moved and seconded, if I recollect correctly. Is that right, Ms. Boudry? I'm going to take that as a yes. May I have
That's
a motion?
correct.
Thank you very much. Discussion of the consent agenda. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Hayner, we cannot hear you, or at least I cannot hear you.
He doesn't appear muted.
Councilmember Hayner, we cannot hear you. Let me suggest that we, well,
Mayor, it may be helpful if he attempts to call in on the phone line.
Councilmember Hayner, did you hear that? Give us a thumbs up if you've heard that.
Councilmember Hayner, have you turned on computer audio?
Let's take a 5-minute break and let's have IT staff work with Councilmember Hayner either to facilitate his calling in or getting it online. How does that sound, everybody? All right, 5-minute break. We will return at 7:47.
We're back in open session after some technical difficulties. My apologies. We are discussing the consent agenda. Councilmember Hayner, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to pass because one of the things I wanted to speak on is move to DC1, and that's fine. I'll mention the other one later on in the agenda. So thank you.
Very good. Is there anyone else who'd like any further discussion of the consent agenda? Further discussion of the consent agenda. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, one need not have signed up in advance. However, your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. So the clerk will keep time and announce when 30 seconds are remaining. When your time is up, you will be placed on mute so that we may move forward to the next speaker. The phone number and the meeting ID to call in should now be displayed on the screen. Callers will be called on one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number, and you will hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. Callers who would like to speak at a particular hearing may also press *9, that is to say *9, to electronically raise your hand to indicate to the clerk that you wish to speak at the public hearing. When you're speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we may hear you clearly. And if there are new speakers to City Council, public comment is an opportunity to provide comments to council. Council members listen to public hearings, but do not there generally respond. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 0.52 acres from TWP Township District to R1A, Single Family Dwelling District, the Oshagon property, 715 Heather Way. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, there are 3 callers on the line. One has their hand raised, so I will go to him first.
Thank you.
Hi, phone number ending in 805. Did you want to speak at this hearing? Hi, phone number 805. Did you want to speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. This is public hearing number 1 with respect to the Oshagon property. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I do not wish to speak at this time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Beaudry, I guess I'm looking to you to see whether there's anyone else with hands raised.
There are only 2 other callers. They don't have their hands raised. Do you want me to call on them or move on?
Let us move on. To raise your hands, please press *9. If for some reason we blow past you, we'll make it right. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance, hearing no one with respect to public hearing number 1, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 1.3 acres from PUD, Planned Unit Development District, to PL, Public Land District, 385 East Eisenhower Parkway. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one with their hand raised.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 16 acres from R4A with conditions, multifamily dwelling district, to PL, Public Land District, Buttonbush Nature Area, 2601 Devarin Road. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one with their hand raised. There are new callers
no one?
calling. Oh, there are new callers calling in. So just a reminder to please hit *9 to raise your hand if you would like to speak at the hearing.
Seeing no one, public hearing number 3 is closed. Public hearing number 4, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 1.5 acres from R4B Multifamily Dwelling District to PL Public Land District, Hanson Natured Area, 1200 South Maple Road. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
No one, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 5, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 2 acres from R1D Single Family Dwelling District to PL Public Land District, Hickory Nature Area, 2817 Dillon Drive. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one with their hand raised for this hearing.
Thank you. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Again, for speakers on the line, in order to raise your hand, please press *9 at the public hearing at which you speak, when we've come to the public hearing at which you wish to speak. Public hearing number 6, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 25 acres from R4A Multifamily Dwelling District to PL Public Land District, the Oakwoods Nature Area Addition, 3200 Green Road. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one with their hand raised for this hearing.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 7, an ordinance to amend Section 1156 of Chapter 7, the Downtown Development Code, the Downtown Development Authority of Title I of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one for this hearing.
Thank you very much. Again, for folks who wish to speak at a public hearing, please press *9 to indicate that this is the public hearing at which you wish to speak. Public hearing number 8, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 0.20 acres from C1B, Community Convenience Center District to PUD, Planned Unit Development District, the Garnet PUD zoning and supplemental regulations, 325 East Summit Street. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one for this hearing, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 9, resolution number 4, confirming the Barton Drive Water Main Replacement and Resurfacing Project Special Assessment District number 55, Breed to Pontiac. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
There's no one with their hand raised. There are 7 callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Again, for folks who are on the line and listening, in order to speak at a public hearing, it's useful to raise your hand. One raises their hand by pressing *9 to notify the clerk that you wish to speak at this specific public hearing. We are now on public hearing number 10. Public hearing number 10, resolution number 4, confirming the Barton Drive Water Main Replacement and Resurfacing Project Special Assessment District number 60, Barton Starwick intersection. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 11, resolution number 4, confirming the Nixon and Traver Sidewalk Gap Project District 56. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
I don't see any hands raised. Oh, Mayor, I have one hand raised.
Thank you very much. If your hand is raised, please go ahead. The clerk will call on you, identifying the last 3 digits of your telephone number.
Okay, caller ending in 924. Yep.
Yep. This was in reference to number 12 for the next one you're going to talk about.
All right. Well, I guess hold the line. Ms. Beaudry, is there anyone else with their hands raised?
That was the only one.
Thank you very much. We'll roll public hearing number 11 is closed. Public hearing number 12, resolution number 4, confirming the Fuller Court Sidewalk Gap Project, District number 57. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller 924, go ahead.
Oh, hey there, this is Kai Patanen. I live at Huron Towers, and I just wanted to reiterate my support for, doing that sidewalk. If I can make one comment, when I read on the TV where it gives the phone number and the meeting number, when I type in the phone number and I get in, then by the time it asks me to put in the meeting number, it sometimes switches over to what the name of what the public hearing is instead of what the actual meeting number is. So if there's a way of changing how long that stays on the screen, that'd be good. But otherwise, yeah, I'm all in favor of the sidewalk, in front of Huron Towers. Have a good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, public hearing number 12 is closed. Public hearing number 13, resolution to approve fiscal year 2021 fee adjustments for public services area, engineering, public works, systems planning, and the fleet and facilities airport unit of the city administrator's office. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Looks like we have a caller, 814.
Yes, here. Tell me
Go
what.
ahead.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Hello? Am I on?
Hi. You are on for the public hearing with respect to fee adjustments for the public services area and so forth. Please proceed at your convenience.
I wanted to speak at number 11 is what I tried to do. The Nixon Traverwood or Traver sidewalk gap. Can I do that now?
Understood. I think under normal circumstances that would be a no-go, but it's a new world, and so unless anybody has an objection, we'll deem public hearing number 11 open for a few moments and listen to your comments, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Clark Charnetsky. I live on Nixon Road, just south of the sidewalk gaps. I've been here for about 50 years. I'm speaking in favor of completing those sidewalk gaps on the west side of Nixon Road, on the north side of Traver. Sidewalks out here are fairly heavily used. It has been said that students at Logan have an alternate way by going through a path that connects their playground with the new development. However, that path at the present, probably foreseeable future, is a construction site with no sidewalks. So it's not a safe area. They have to contend with construction vehicles and materials piled up. Also, it has been contended that they should wait until the Nixon Road project is being done. And actually, it's better to have this completed now. It's been delayed a couple of years as it is, so they figure out a way to put in the sidewalk without interfering with that project. And this would mean that residents would not have to cross the construction area if they wanted to walk on the west side of Nixon Road. And those of us who have lived out in this area for a long time, even more recent residents, have paid for sidewalks as part of the construction of their projects, and I think it's part of a civic duty for people to pay for sidewalks along their property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Hearing no one further with respect to public hearing 11. Public hearing 11 is closed. We will resume public hearing number 13, resolution to approve the fiscal year 2021 fee adjustments for the public services area, engineering, public works, systems planning, and the fleet and facilities airport unit of the city administrator's office. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised now.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 14, resolution to adopt the Ann Arbor city budget and related property tax millage rates for fiscal year 2021. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller 129, phone number 129. You can go ahead.
Hi, I am a student at the University of Michigan, meaning that I live in Ann Arbor for a good, 9 months of the year. And I just wanted to express my support for funding the A20 program, the Office of Sustainability. I think moving toward carbon neutrality is really important, especially for my generation. And so it would mean a lot for the cities to support that and fund the program properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 185.
Hello, yes. I would like to also support funding for the Office of Sustainability so that the city can implement the A20 plan. I'm also a student at the University of Michigan, also on campus 9 months out of the year, and I live in Ann Arbor during that time, and I also think it would be very important for the office to get that funding. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Phone number 367.
This is Brian Chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, wrong number to identify my phone, but that's okay. It said I was now connected. So I used to be a student of the University of Michigan. I graduated in '91. So my hat's off to those who just spoke on the call. I'm also calling in to speak for the Office of Sustainability. Last year at this time, we were actually promoting a number of people in town the funding for the Office of Sustainability for the first time. And a baseline was created, passed by resolution by this current city council to increase funds year over year. I understand times have changed. We'll have to see. But I'm calling in to remind you of that commitment of this city council for that baseline funding and year over year increase. I'm also calling in to advocate for the A20 plan. There's many things in it. There's some that might be controversial and will play out their own way through proposals and the land use update and everything else that's got to go through the normal council process. I encourage you to both approve the coming city budget, including the Office of Sustainability and the A20 plan. It's the right thing to do. What you're telling us is you're ready to roll up your sleeves and get to work. You're working all the time. I really admire city council here. I couldn't live your life if I really tried. I really couldn't. I don't know how you do it, but thank you for your service. So I'm calling, asking for your support for the Office of Sustainability and the A20 plan. You need to do the right thing, and I think you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 016.
Hello, my name is Elena Swerchek. I live at 1015 East Ann Street. I'm also a student at the university, but I'm registered to vote here in Ann Arbor, and I live here full time now. I'm calling because I want to support funding for the Office of Sustainability and the A20 plan. I think we have this great proposal forward for moving the city of Ann Arbor to clean energy, but it's just a reality of the situation that we can't, even if we have the best plan, if we don't have the funding for it, it's just not going to be a possibility. So I'd really like to ask you to support that as you finalize the budget for this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are a number of other callers on the line. Looks like we have 4 more. Do you want to see if they want to speak?
Yes, I guess with council's acquiescence, let's just roll through them, please, in whatever order you see fit.
Okay. Caller 677, did you want to speak on this public hearing? Okay, we have one with their hand up.
Hello?
Caller 958, go ahead.
Okay, I think that's me. Yes.
You bet.
Okay, this is Jane Vogel. I understand, I have just tied into this. I understand you're now in a discussion about the budget, including the budget for the Office of Sustainability Innovation, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. Okay, I just want to say really shortly, in the midst of the current crisis with COVID, in the midst of the significant economic impact, the revenue impacts that will fall out from this, it is a severe situation. It's hit us very quickly. The climate crisis is a cumulative crisis. It is accumulating, has been, and will continue to accumulate over time. It too is severe. It needs your attention, it needs your priority, and it needs your funding. And the funding, I can imagine, will be a challenge. And so I would very much like to recommend a task force come together of a whole lot of really smart people from a cross-section of the city and key constituents and figure out what a revenue strategy looks like this year and over time to put Ann Arbor in a position to partner with the university and move forward with a solution to this climate crisis. U of M is moving forward. Over 1,400 faculty have petitioned the president and the regents on their climate neutrality plan. I believe with the students, we are getting heard. The recommendations from the teams within the Presidential Commission are being delivered late April, early May. The summer will be a public input, deliberation process. Those recommendations will finally go forward in the fall. Ann Arbor needs to be poised and ready and funded to be a partner with the university because we share the same goal. We need greenhouse gas emissions, don't know campus boundaries or Ann Arbor boundaries. We need a regional plan. And between U of M and Ann Arbor, two leaders in the region, in
30
this part of the
seconds.
country, with this group's support, Ann Arbor can be leading this effort with the university. I highly encourage you to fund the Office of Sustainability now and get a task force in place to figure out a funding strategy going forward. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have another caller with their hand up. Caller 326.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Jamie McGarrah. I am a 31-year resident of Ann Arbor and a 28-year resident of Ward 4. I'm calling to voice my support for funding of the Office of Sustainability and the A20 plan. I think it's understood by everyone that this is very important. It's a very pressing issue that needs to be addressed. I think the pandemic that we've been experiencing lately highlights some of the problems in our infrastructure, some of the problems in our operations as a community, not just locally, but at the state and at the federal level. We are at a point where we can look at these failings, look at these complications, and use that information to inform addressing climate change moving forward. To do that, we need the office funded, well-funded, and we need to get plans in place to get funding from outside sources and move forward with these things. There are some decisions that need to be made that might be difficult, and I think that explaining these decisions to the public will be an important component of what city council members do in their job. You are leaders, and we've entrusted you with this responsibility to lead. So please fund the Office of Sustainability and the A20 plan, and please lead by leading folks to the right decisions in our community to address these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, we have another call.
Thank you.
Caller 805, go ahead.
What number was that?
Caller 805, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your public service. My name is Barbara Higman. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Ann Arbor. I am calling because I'm passionately concerned about the well-being of people with a mental health condition who live in Ann Arbor. Even if I did not live with the affliction myself, I would be deeply troubled by the potential misappropriation by the City Council of funds made available through the Mental Health and Public Safety Millage. The city had a prior obligation to fund climate change action, but this was not made clear to many of the people who voted for the millage. Climate change must be addressed, but not at the expense of mental health and public safety. I live near the County Farm Park on Platte Road, where I often walk, even more so now that we're living in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 1986, Grace Shackman wrote an article for the Ann Arbor Observer about the Washtenaw County Poorhouse, which doubled as an insane asylum and was erected in 1836 on the spot where the county recreation center now stands. Shackman noted that the poorhouse sheltered a diverse group of unfortunates: the insane, alcoholic, feeble, indolent, senile, retarded, handicapped, injured, sick, transient, or just down on their luck. Perhaps we have come a long way since those days, but society continues to struggle. Although current research shows that we can prevent the exacerbation of psychosis with appropriate treatment, finding such treatment is often difficult, if not impossible. Back before the Observer piece was published, I became very ill with a second in a series of episodes of a biological brain condition or mental illness. Unable to articulate what was wrong, I eventually went to see a psychiatrist who wrote me a script and sent me back out on the street. And he had not asked me the basic fundamental questions, such as, do you have a safe and secure shelter? When did you last eat? Do you have money to live on? Things we often take for granted. I was lucky. I eventually was sent to a state hospital. There's a lot more to this story, but I survived and recovered my ability to function. I can't imagine not having safe shelter during current times. The poorhouses are gone and state hospitals have all but disappeared, but people are still
30
living
seconds.
without a place to call home, even in Ann Arbor. I ask you to do your part to ensure the millage dollars are used to support real people who are struggling with mental health issues. Be accountable to the citizens who will vote to renew the millage if you act wisely and responsibly. I will work with the Citizens for Mental Health and Public Safety to provide specifics. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 727, phone number 727, did you have a comment?
No.
Caller 849, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. This is Glenn Nelson, and I strongly support spending the city's share of the county mental health millage funds only on services that clearly support mental health and public safety. This is not true in the proposed budget. It includes about $574,000 for repair of the Barton and Superior dams and about $940,000 for climate action. Using county millage funds solely for mental health and public safety services is very important for three reasons. First, accountability. This is what most voters were supporting, as shown by scientific surveys. Second, helping Ann Arbor citizens. COVID-19 and the efforts to contain it are causing enormous insecurities and stresses in our community. Millage funds would provide important help. Third, renewal of the millage. Using millage funds for purposes other than mental health and public safety jeopardizes renewal by reinforcing the cynicism and distrust many citizens feel towards public officials. For example, when I mentioned to people that the proposed budget contains over $250,000 to add staff to the Ann Arbor City staff, people are amazed that people who voted for mental health and public safety would find in this climate where the problems are so severe that the city takes it and spends it on city staff. I would add that the experts who presented COVID-19 challenges and responses to council on April 20th provided excellent recommendations, reallocating $1.5 million of millage funds to one or more of the following to improve the lives of many Ann Arbor citizens: the Shelter Association, Barrier Busters, Washtenaw Coordinated Funders, Small Business Resiliency and Relief Fund.
30 seconds.
I urge one or more of you to offer one or more amendments to change this budget so it serves the people of Ann Arbor who are under enormous stress. We should be celebrating that the citizens of Washtenaw County and Ann Arbor passed a mental health millage which would allow us to address the current problems. Let's do something that allows us to celebrate that.
Thank you.
Time. Mayor, that's all the callers on the line.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one further, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the minutes of the work session of April 13 and the regular session meeting minutes of April 20th, 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'm going to take that aye as an affirmative rather than an opposed. The minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, rezoning of 0.52 acres from TWP Township District to R1A, Single Family Dwelling District, the Ashkan property, 715 Heather Way. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of B1, Councilmember Lum.
No, it's a second ward residence. I didn't mean to raise my hand to speak, just to move it, so sorry.
All right. Thank you.
It's straightforward annexation and rezoning, so I hope everyone supports it. And most importantly, the property and petitioner requested annexation. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Oh my goodness.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. B2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 1.3 acres in PUD, Planned Unit Development District, to PL, Public Land District, 385 East Eisenhower Parkway. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of B2. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. B3, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 16 acres from R4A with conditions, multifamily dwelling district, to PL, Public Land District, the Buttonbush Nature Area, 2601 Duvarn Road. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of B3. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. B4, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 1.5 acres from R4B Multifamily Dwelling District to PL Public Land District, the Hanson Nature Area, 1200 South Maple Road. Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of B4. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. B5, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 2 acres from R1D Single Family Dwelling District to PL Public Land District, the Hickory Nature Area, 2817 Dillon Drive. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of B5. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. B6, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 25.0 acres from R4A Multifamily Dwelling District to PL Public Land District, the Oakwoods Nature Area Addition, 3200 Green Road. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by
Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of B6. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say that this, this falls on the end of the rest of them. And I think it's great we get these little slices. And this one's more than a little slice. This is actually 25 acres. And so it's pretty exciting to see a piece this big getting added to our natural area. I know that these things come with, some kind of future costs for what maintenance we do in these natural areas, but it's completely worth it. And I think it's also, well in keeping with our environmental goals to accept as much of this space as possible from these developments, and to encourage in developments moving forward that as much of this space as possible be maintained and contiguous to these spaces also into the actual development area. So I appreciate that. We have this process in place, and I'm glad that we're adding this acreage to preserve public land space moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just want to thank park staff and Greenbelt staff, so Colin Smith, Remy Long, planning staff for helping us move forward with all of these new additions to our park system. Also to the Park Advisory Commission, who was really thoughtful in their discussions about adding land to the system and making sure that we can afford to maintain it and in keeping with their priorities. So thanks.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too would like to thank staff for bringing these forward. These are properties that were donated or purchased as part of private development over many years, quite a few years anyway. And all of these were either donated by they were all donated by the developer. In the case of the Hanson Nature Area, that was donated by Avalon. The 25 acres at 3200 Green Road, which is part of the Oakwoods Nature Area, that was purchased by the city, part of the Woodbury Club apartment development that we approved. So it is nice to officially rezone public land. They are city park land, so thank you for bringing these forward.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. Which one was that?
B6.
That one. B7, thank you very much. B7, an ordinance to amend an ordinance to amend section 1156 of chapter 7, the Downtown Development Authority of Title I of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Rumbaugh, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of B7. I've got Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when this came before us last week, I was kind of down on it because of the switch from 50 AMI to 60 in this case. And in the interim, I had a very nice conversation with Jennifer Hall, and as part of about 6 topics we talked about, this was one of them. And so she convinced me that this wasn't indeed a step backwards, but a step forward to start to put some of the DDA funds where they're desperately needed to achieve some of our other common goals as a city. And so I'm going to be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilman Ramlawi?
Yeah, I would just thank you, Mayor, and thanks for running this meeting. I know it's got to be difficult with all these challenges, but I'm glad that my colleague has come around and in support of this. I know last meeting he was not, and it's just nice to see the DDA move in a different direction. It seems like it's been moving, relatively speaking, quickly compared to where it was 5 or 10 years ago with affordable housing and workforce housing. So I just want to just go on record and appreciate and acknowledge it, and hopefully there's a lot more coming.
Further discussion? Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I voted against this on the first reading. I'll be supporting it this evening. My colleagues, Councilmember Lum and Councilmember Ramlawi, have changed my mind on this. I think that it's important that the DDA support our affordability goals, and I guess this will make that more likely. Thank you.
Further discussion? I too will be, of course, supporting this. You know, the Downtown Development Authority has a long history of working with, in support of our downtown infrastructure, downtown businesses, and residents in need downtown. You know, whether they're support of the roofs that they, sort of roofing here and there, support of Miller Manor too. The DDA has focused on this, and I'm glad that we are giving them the opportunity here to enhance that. You know, we are putting more and more resources and land towards this purpose, this desperately needed purpose, and I'm glad that the DDA is going to be contributing and doing its part. So thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. B8, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 zoning, rezoning of 0.2 acres from C1B Community Convenience Center District to PUD Planned Unit Development District to Garnet PUD zoning and supplemental regulations 325 East Summit Street. Moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of B8. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. We've been advised that we should postpone this until the May 18th meeting without comment, and I'm going to follow that advice and move that we postpone this matter until the site plan accompanies it on an agenda on the 18th.
Second, is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi to the postponement. Discussion of the postponement. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is postponed. C1, an ordinance to amend Section 264 of Chapter 29 sewer rates of Title II of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recognize that this agenda item is just the sewer rates increases, but my comments cover all 3 proposed increases: sewer, water, and stormwater. I have very mixed feelings on all 3, but especially the water rate increase. I do not know if I'll ultimately support the increases or not at second reading. At the 50,000 foot level, with the real economic and financial challenges our residents are facing, I have serious reservations about approving any cost increase to residents at this time. Plus, a week from tonight at our work session, we're going to be discussing what I call Plan B on the city budget and cost containment actions last meeting, and what Mr. Crawford has now labeled the city's financial recovery plan. That will be an incredibly important discussion. And my expectation is that it will include the water utilities as well as the general fund. I've asked what fiscal year 21 projects staff would recommend deferring in each of the three funds if the rate increases are not approved. And the answers to that question, as well as the overall assessment of the COVID-19 impacts on the water utility funds, will shape whether I ultimately support the increases or not. I'm particularly concerned about the water increases because they are across the board increases that simply build on the major rate restructuring adopted in 2018, I believe and still believe was flawed, inappropriate, and unnecessarily punitive for some residential customers. I tried to change that, but it wasn't supported by the majority of council. Anyway, it's interesting to note what has taken place since the restructuring. Remember, we created a fourth volume-based tier of pricing for residential customers where the cost for a gallon of water was 8 times, yes, that's 8 times the cost per gallon for a low volume residential user. What has happened? In response to my question, it was indicated that, quote, the consumption in tier 1 was a little over half of what we expected, end quote. I'm not sure how we could have expected anything other than a precipitous drop in usage when rates are jacked up that high, but apparently we did. The same phenomenon occurred in the other categories where rates were raised dramatically. Third tier of residential and water use only users. The volume dropped by more than what was expected. Why do I bring this up? 2 reasons, actually. First, to remind everyone that, quote, cost of service, end quote, is nothing more than a set of assumptions run in a big model by a highly paid consultant. If you get the assumptions wrong, the outputs and conclusions are called into question. Second, and importantly, from the city's perspective, water revenues are less than expected and we'll need to deal with that on top of the COVID-19 revenue hits. So for a number of reasons, I'm very reluctant to keep building on the water rate structure we now have and compounding its issues. Having said that, I absolutely do believe that reinvesting in our water and sewer infrastructure must be a priority, and I recognize that that takes money. That's the dilemma. How much additional revenue is required for infrastructure reinvestment isn't clear, which is why I need the information that we'll presumably get next week before deciding how I'll ultimately vote on these increases. Thank you very much for listening.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I have to say that Council Member Lum had summed up admirably my feelings on this matter. I'm interested to see what our effects are going to be, especially in light of the dramatic decrease in volume that we're experiencing from the university. And I assume there's a dramatic decrease in volume and therefore revenue to the water system. And I think that when we scale our water system to supply a certain amount of demand from a university as an example of a user, then, and they're not there to pay for that demand with their actual use, so we have a problem. And, you know, doubling our water rates over 7 years isn't going to solve that problem. So I'm sorry to say I'm not going to support this. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I'm very concerned about equity in the cost of water and why some people will be paying 8 times as much for a gallon of water. And I'd like to talk about that generally and then give an example. As the economy continues to spiral downward, I believe that people are going to start living with friends. And so we're going to be paying 8 times as much for the water when we open our home up to a friend, if that moves us to the 4th tier. I right now have a family from Morocco that lives with my husband and me. They have a relative, a 15-year-old, who is in this country right now, was attending school. Because of the travel ban, he cannot get back to Morocco. So he may come and stay with us. I will probably be paying 8 times as much for his water. My daughter lives in San Francisco. She may be coming back to stay during the summer because she really wants to get out of San Francisco where there isn't much space for social distancing. So her and her boyfriend may be coming here. Again, I will be paying 8 times as much for water. At the same time, I have plenty of space in my home. I want to be welcoming to people, but I just think it's a problem, and it's not just a problem for me, but also for people living close to the poverty line. Are they going to have this disincentive to try to share their housing? And is that going to contribute to more homeless people and more suffering if we're asking people to pay 8 times more for the water of a friend?
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I won't be talking about water. I'll wait until that comes up next. I just want to talk about sewer. That doesn't trouble me as much as the water rates do. It's a constant charge based on usage. It doesn't, to me, it seems like it's an even situation for all users. There's no picking winners and losers and fudging things to make our arguments seem logical. This is pretty straightforward in my opinion, and unless I'm missing something. You know, I've been working here through this COVID crisis, and you know, on Saturday was a crazy day, and to end matters, we had a blocked line here, and you know, things were coming up through the floor drains, and it was just a hot mess. And I'll just tell you folks who don't, I don't think people really value first world conditions. It's not pleasant when you have sewage coming up because of faulty infrastructure. I think it's important for us to continue to invest in our infrastructure. Unfortunately, we didn't do it during the 80s and 90s, and now we're stuck playing catch up. And like a lot of everything else, prior generations have put the cost on future generations' backs to pay. And so I think this is just another example of that. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality, and it's a heavy price to pay.
Further discussion? I'm going to support this rate increase. The staff has put together a plan, and I guess we'll talk more about this later, perhaps with water rate, but with respect to sewer, certainly, I mean, we're obviously paying a great deal of attention with respect to our wastewater system, the distribution system, the system that removes the waste and brings it to the treatment plant. It's critical that we invest in it. We make sure that we have the ability and the resources to fix problems as they arise, to make capital improvements so that you know, future generations can enjoy the system as we've enjoyed the system created by others. It's part of our duty, and part of our duty is to pay for it. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
C2, an ordinance to amend section 263 of chapter 29, water rates of title 2, the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. This one is definitely one that I continue to have struggles with. I've had struggles ever since joining council with it. Frankly, I'm a businessman, business person of almost 30 years, and it still doesn't make sense to me. I've had dozens of hours having it explained to me. It's still not registering with me. I think we have a faulty system, a faulty rate for all these different tiers. They're rather arbitrary. You can move them around all you want, and they can still be defensible. So I understand the need to, again, invest in our infrastructure. So it's there for future generations. And unfortunately, it hasn't been done by prior generation. Our last generation of folks failed to do what they should have done and have left it for us to make up for it. But we are adding costs to the wrong parts of the system. Parts of the system are subsidizing other parts of the system. And I'll continue to believe that, even if I do support it. And I will just caution, I understand, I think what Councilmember Lum has asked from staff about water rate usage and the fact that we've seen some drops last year. I do appreciate that. And some of it may have been due to people using less because of the financial impact. But I also want to see a longer range of usage or decline or increases, that is, to make these kind of larger policy decisions. I will note last year was an exceptionally wet year, and I'm not sure if that played into consumption figures based on the environmental conditions. So those definitely need to be taken into account when we look at usage as to what kind of conditions that we have with precipitation. But I have a really strong problem. That's what I said last year is increasing rates that are based on a faulty philosophy.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just so speaking to these rate raises, it's some of you may know that when they first started telling us to wash our hands more back in February, that I had considered bringing forward a resolution to discount what the mean of the 4 tiers of residential use were. I was going to discount everybody's bill $10. Every meter's $10, and so people wouldn't be sweating over using another 700 gallons a quarter and have them go up into that $8 CCF range. And so this is raising these rates now is the exact opposite of what my intention was in this time when people are financially challenged. And I know that includes the city. But, it was shocking that the $10 meter worked out to 300 grand revenue loss in our system. And so these tiny changes are big numbers on our end. And so I think we could shave these a little bit more. And it's not doubting what the staff is saying the needs are. I'm just concerned that I just can't get over this notion that we're basically on this path to have doubled our water rates in over 9 years. And it's shocking to me that the demand for, since we're basing it on a cost of service model, that the costs of providing these services are doubling. And so I think there's one of the places where basing this on a cost of service model, the flaws come to the surface of that model, that when we start pouring in these capital needs, it's not adding up. And so I can't support these raises. It's the exact opposite of what I feel we should be doing now. And I'm all for water conservation, and I'm glad that we showed less water use in the last couple quarters. I doubt that will be the case moving forward. I mean, this is the first month, the first quarter I just got my bill. This is the first time we've been over 17 in years for a family of 4, and we don't do any lawn watering or any garden watering or any of that. And so we've definitely had much more use with hand washing and laundering and things like that. And so I was up into that second tier this time for the first time ever in years. And, it makes a difference, when you're out of work. And so I can't support this progress towards doubling our rates in 9 years. I just can't support it tonight.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting as a first reading. I did support the sewer rate at first reading, I'll support the stormwater at first. It does not, I am not then indicating that I will absolutely support these, as I said initially at the second reading. And I am again looking forward to the response to one of my questions to learn more what staff would recommend deferring in each of these three funds if the rate increases aren't approved. And again, the overall assessment on the COVID-19 impacts on the water utility funds. It's critical that we understand that, I believe. So this is a 6.5% across the board increase. The bigger problem is that we have not revisited this since this was initially brought, since the change in the rate structure was brought to us. And that, to me, is really the bigger issue and problem. And that does need to be revisited, I think. That the tier structure for residential, where you're charging so much more per CCF to residents, and it was a cost shift. So, I mean, again, you just look at the classes that we created for multifamily, commercial, and then those tiered categories. Multifamily and commercial don't have tiers. We created these 4 tiers for residential, and we're charging, so in essence, we're charging significantly more for anyone who falls in tier 3 and tier 4. And that's a lot of folks, but look what occurred. So I will not be supporting this tonight, and I hope that the information that will be forthcoming will be helpful to us all. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff for putting this plan forward and to colleagues for their consideration. Of all the very important responsibilities that we have as a municipal government, as a city council, I think clean water is up there at the top. Now more than ever, as people's lifestyles are changing, as their time spent at home is changing, I think that's underscored that when there's uncertainty in the world, they need to know that water is safe. And I think when it comes to how we pay for it, of course, we need to steward our dollars responsibly. But I think in the case of this kind of critical infrastructure, the conservative and responsible thing to do is to run the risk of raising rates too much, even if by a small amount. And I don't know, I don't believe that's the case here. I believe these are responsible increases, but I think increases nonetheless that need to be made. So I have 2 questions for staff. I think Mr. Hupy, perhaps for you. The first is with respect to the idea of subsidy. It was asserted that the shift in water rates reflect or created a subsidy in which single-family homes that use a lot of water now subsidize water for other residents. It was my understanding that when we remodeled these water rates, the analysis showed that for years, multifamily, so apartments, had in fact been subsidizing, so paying a higher rate than necessary and covering the losses incurred by single-family homes as a whole. And that as one of the readjustments, we balanced that out and then looked to create classes within the single-family homes that better reflect the expense of delivering water from extraction from Barton Pond through the water treatment plant, through the pipes that run underneath the streets, and then deliver to each single-family home separately as opposed to a whole apartment building. Is that a fair representation of the update? And would you, would it be fair to say that no class of customer, so single family versus multifamily versus commercial, subsidizes the other at this point?
That is a fair assessment. When the rate study was done, the basis of the rate study was that each class of user paid for the expenses that that class of user created. And to the point of the commercial not having an apparent tier structure, they do pay their peaking throughout the whole class. The peaking cost on non-residential customers is paid by that class. So they are paying their fair share as they use larger amounts on peak.
And to clarify, peaking amount means that even though you use less water in December than you do July, the system has to be built to support the amount of water you use in July. So it has to be built bigger than the average need is throughout the year.
Correct.
Okay, awesome, thank you. The second question I had, just quickly if I could, I appreciated Councilmember Griswold's point about just the changing dynamics of how we're living today. And I was wondering, I think some of those changes are predictable, like what happens if UofM doesn't have football season or doesn't move students into their dorms. But some of them are less predictable, like the dynamics that Councilmember Griswold mentioned. What opportunities will we have looking out into the summer and fall to kind of evaluate our models and kind of think on our feet as needed to make sure that people are being treated equitably?
We are already looking at that. One of the questions that staff has been looking at is, through COVID, are we seeing residential accounts moving out of tiers and upwards? Is that occurring? Yes. Have we seen a significant amount of that occur? I'm going to ask Lynn Chamowitz, who's been looking at that, to comment. As of 2.5 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when we were looking at it, we had not yet seen that shift. But Lynn might have more information on it than I have right now. Lynn?
Yeah, so based on the 2 billing cycles that we've seen, we have not seen significant shifts from customers moving from tiers 2 into tiers 3 and tiers 4. That being said, we don't have a whole lot of data yet on the bills, but we have not seen that yet, but it is something that we're looking at.
Okay, well, I appreciate that proactive analysis, and if the data does say anything in the future, I hope I speak for all of us and say we want to know about that and know how we can help.
Well, we'd come back. And what Council Member Romali said, with a wet summer, we would expect the drop off to be in tier 4 and tier 3 because of that, because that's generally an irrigation tier. And with a wet summer, that's what we would have seen like we saw last year.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this. I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Ackerman, that now more than ever, the Art Deco pieces of the water treatment plant are lovely to look at. They are a strong reminder of investments that haven't been made and need to be made to protect the safety of our drinking water. I do think from an equity perspective that this move to no longer have multifamily be subsidizing single family homes was critically important, and part of the reason why not 1 but 2 studies that we had that came back from experts told us that this is the right thing to do. A question for staff that I think is COVID relevant, because I don't want to make the mistakes of past councils during times of economic downturn or uncertainty where they backed off of making these necessary investments that now we're paying for with these larger increases and these, as we see with all 3 sewer, water, and stormwater. What happens if someone loses their job, if they have an inability to pay their water? What kind of programs do we have at the city to help those people out?
I'm going to defer again to Lynn, who does work with Barrier Busters, which is one of the groups that the last, when the speaker spoke at the last council meeting, that they touted as a very effective program. Lynn?
Yeah, so we have a donation option on all of the water bills that goes directly to the county who administers the barrier buster programs. So people are able to use this in a time of crisis. They contact the county and the county does the vetting for them for the barrier busters program. So that's for folks who are in a crisis situation. And then we also have not been doing the shut-offs as we normally have during this crisis. And that's sort of statewide.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things. First, what's before us is an approval of the 6.5% water rate increase. The restructuring is not in front of us since there's been so many comments about it, and I'm guilty as well. I quickly address a couple things. First, this implication that restructuring was necessary so that we could invest in our infrastructure is very misleading. Why is it misleading? It's misleading because the restructuring was a cost shift. It was revenue neutral, but it was a cost shift. And the cost shift was to residential users. Secondly, multi-family are not sub-metered. So there all along, there have been many questions about this subsidy issue. And because we were told, in fact, that we could not, I asked plenty of questions about the usage for commercial property, University of Michigan, multifamily, and the answers were not particularly clear in terms of answering this subsidy question. Again, multifamily units are, for the most part, not sub-metered, and so it's hard to determine per like unit in a multifamily unit usage. And just want a couple of anecdotal examples. I often hear from folks who, will point to a nice multifamily condo apartment complex, in a near neighborhood that has a large swimming pool. And they often ask, so their CPF costs, they're filling a swimming pool is X, and my cost is Y, the Y cost being significantly higher, again, due to these tiers. They question the fairness of that and also question why it's more expensive to deliver that water to their house versus filling up that swimming pool across the street. It's hard to answer those questions. And so the many justifications for this structure are hard to swallow, quite frankly. And I hope that at some point we revisit this because it's causing hardship for a lot of folks. And it's just, cost shift was never fair in my view. Thanks.
Councilmember Romlawi. You're muted, Councilmember. Oh.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries.
Staff had indicated they have information on the last two billing cycles. Are those, what months are we covering? Are all customers on the same billing cycle, or is it all aggregated?
I'm going to let Lynn answer that.
Sorry, yeah. So we have 12 different billing districts. So they're staggered. So we bill one billing district per week, essentially. So we bill quarterly. So we've had 2 billing cycles go out that have been during this COVID timeframe.
So when do you think we'll have reliable information to look at to see what the impact of this is throughout those 12 billing groups?
We would have all of the billing districts in essentially 9 months, or not, sorry, 9 weeks. we would have all of them associated. Right now, all the analysis that we're doing is based on consumption because we can pull that readily, but not bills because the bills span the 3 months.
And can we just look at consumption rather than waiting for the bill to be sent? I mean, can't we just be looking at real-time information, real-time data?
It would not capture like what the maximum tier that each customer is in because we don't have the consumption for the full 3-month period. But we can look at consumption for some other things such as what we would expect to see as far as bill decreases.
Yeah, if it's possible, if we can get what real-time information is going on, this is a very fluid situation, and I think for us it's important to get that. I think more information later when it's available would be great, but I think we can draw enough from the usage without knowing what tier it is to have some sort of leading indicator as to where we're going with this. I just don't feel comfortable waiting 2.5 months before knowing where we're going with this. I think we can kind of get a clue once we see the usage based on last year's numbers, especially for this time of the year. I think it's important. There hasn't been any irrigation, so it'd be good to see some real clean non-irrigation data being delivered to us so that we can tease that part out of it, because that's a part that I don't buy, and I'll probably never buy. Secondly, the second study that we conducted about the rate system and the charges was done under direction of new council. I shouldn't say new council, but the council that took office in 2018 gave us an alternative to the current situation. So the second study did not reaffirm all the conclusions of the first study. So I will just push back to say that we've had a second study to reinforce this. In fact, the opposite is true. They told us we have different options. We have some room to work within and some discretion that we're not exercising. And I will just say this to staff and others, that there's going to be a point where these rate increases don't get approved because of the flawed tiered system. And I don't want to play chicken with our infrastructure, but there's going to come a point where you ain't going to get the support. It's just fact. So there's only so many times you're going to hold your nose and vote yes. We need to clean this up. With all due respect to all the work and explanation that's gone into it, I'm not buying it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just two things to add real quick to this conversation. One, when we do these cost of service studies, and we've said we don't have the granularity to know how many, say, people live in an apartment, how many people live in a house. And so we're basing this cost of service on a meter type. We're not basing it on per capita use. And so this notion that there's it's almost like a magical thinking notion that somebody in an apartment mysteriously uses less water by the nature of they live in an apartment versus living in a home. Until we have per capita granularity on water consumption, we have no clue that that's accurate. And so I'm not thrilled to this idea. It's odd. It's out of nowhere. Until we have a per capita usage, we really don't know how much water people use where. You might have a house with 6 people in it. Of course they use more water than an apartment with 1 person. But do each of them, anyway. The second notion is that always gets brought up whenever we raise rates for the water, is that somehow if people don't support raising the rates for the water, it's as if they're asking our water utility company to pump out filthy water. And we know that they're not going to do that. We know that if we had zero money in this city and we had to pull back every bit of investment from everything, what would be the last and most important primary function of a city? And that would be providing clean, safe drinking water and sanitary services for the residents. it's our number one priority as a city council is to provide safe drinking water and sanitary services and sanitary sewer services. And we know that, and we know that staff is going to do that with or without us jacking these rates up on homeowners. That money will come from somewhere to continue to provide that most important and critical service of a city administration. And so it's easy for me to say no to raising this rate. It's easy. I can't put it on people anymore. I'm not going to double people's water rates. There's other places we can find this money.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner's assertion that if we just don't fund this, that the money will come from somewhere is about the most magical thinking I've heard in a long time. Like, we have enterprise funds for a reason, so that we have a dedicated source of funding to pay for these essential services. That's pretty basic government functioning, and I'm glad that we have them so that we can protect those funds, but we have to take responsibility to ensure that we have the money to pay for these infrastructure improvements, because they're incredibly expensive. Number two, this idea that people who live in apartments use less water than people in single family homes, that it's just based on magical thinking isn't true. There's a lot of good data out there, and it's not just on the amount of water that they use when they don't have things like lawns, but also the amount of pipe that it takes to deliver the water. We're not just paying for the actual container and the amount of water, we're paying for the pipes to get it there. So there is more pipe, that's just fact, to get water to a single family home than there is to get to people in densely populated housing. So if you want to not pay for this, then just say you don't want to pay for it. But to accuse staff of magical thinking, of things full of, faulty reasoning, it's just sad, frankly.
Mayor, may I, Mr. Taylor? Point of order. I didn't accuse staff of magical thinking. I said that this notion that somehow we're going to, the magical thinking here is that we don't have enough information. I mean, I don't even want to use that term anymore. I think it's ridiculous. And so I withdraw the use of that term, but I'm not accusing staff of anything. And I'm certainly not saying that they're going to serve up filthy water like you keep suggesting. And I don't know when the last time was you held a plumbing wrench, but I don't need a lecture on plumbing either.
Further discussion?
It's ridiculous.
I'm going to vote in favor of the rates. I think it is absolutely incumbent upon us to pay for the water distribution system that we have, and to pay for the water distribution and treatment system that we're going to maintain over the time, and the water distribution and treatment system that we're going to build for future residents. The only way that we can do that is if we raise sufficient resources within the water fund. And the system that we have is, in my view, an equitable one. It relates the cost of water to the cost of delivering the water. I think it's important that we all recognize, I think it's important that the public recognize, we're not actually charging for the water, we're charging for the distribution system associated with the water. The water itself is inconsequential, we're just getting it from the river. The fact is we have to clean it, and then we have to distribute it. And the distribution system and the treatment system, that's where the main costs are. I believe that what we have here is a prudent increase in order to raise capital sufficient to make our water treatment plant ready for future contaminants, to make our water treatment plant ready for future regulatory requirements, and to retire portions of our water treatment plant, functional portions of our water treatment plant that date back to the 1930s. The only way to do those things, those critical things, is to raise money, and that's what we're doing here. I will say, in closing on this point, that our water rates continue to be within the heartland. We're not an outlier in Michigan. We're not going to be an outlier in Michigan. These rates are reasonable for the service provided. They're reasonable for the service that we're planning for future residents. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion carries.
D3, an ordinance to amend section 269 of chapter 29, stormwater rates, of title 2 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of C3. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson. Yes, Nelson, thank you.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries. C4, an ordinance to amend section 942 of chapter 107, animals of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion, please, of C4. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. This is a response to a lot of the conversation that I've heard in the community. Conversations that we've had about access to food. People have talked a lot about starting gardens, and chickens are sort of a close cousin to that. This amendment is just a simplification of our chicken ordinance. And under our current ordinance, anyone can keep 2 chickens, but we've got some extra obstacles to keeping 6 chickens. And I sent extensive emails to council sort of explaining how this 2-bird permit and 6-bird permit are not a really good idea generally, but this is just an effort to treat chickens more similarly to other pets that we regularly accept into our neighborhoods. And I hope that it's not terribly controversial. My own sense of this, having kept chickens now for 5 years, is that chickens are a whole lot less disruptive than things like dogs and cats that we never even think about having neighbor notification around. So I think that Derek Delacourt is available to speak on this. He and I talked at length about this particular amendment because he has some experience with a similar ordinance in Ferndale. So I hope that this passes first reading, and I appreciate everyone's support of it because I feel like chickens are a good thing. I know that during this pandemic in particular, my family has really appreciated the fact that we've never had to buy eggs. I read an article recently that the price of eggs has tripled during this pandemic. And so it's a really good thing that we've never had to go to the grocery store and shop for them. And so I hope that we can all support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thank you. I've asked Ms. Bodery to add me as a co-sponsor for this. I agree with Councilwoman Nelson that this gets to the heart of the kinds of things we should be doing as a city. I would prefer no regulation of this, but because it is an agricultural commodity in the state allows us to regulate it. And so the simpler the regulation, the better for me. And that's what this revision does. It simplifies the regulation. I mean, I think everybody who knows people who keep chickens knows that when they had 2 chickens, they had 4, and when they had 4, they had 6. And so I think it's perfectly fine to allow 6 birds. I think it's the right move, and it's empowering people to look after themselves and their families. And I'd much rather empower people than you know, give handouts. And so I think it's great that people are taking up this as a hobby and as a necessity in some cases. And so I am asking for your support for Councilwoman Nelson's resolution.
Councilmember Eaton.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I support this. I believe that we allow other things much more disruptive than 6 chickens without a permit, such as dogs. You can build an ADU and move an entire family onto your property without the permission of your neighbors. So it doesn't make sense to me that you need the permission of your neighbors simply to have some chickens. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Councilmember Bannister.
I support this too for all the comments previously mentioned, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor also. And as I walk around Ward 1, I think this is in keeping with what residents are looking to do. They're planting gardens. They're asking about putting community gardens into some of the vacant park areas. And I think the idea of our chickens is great. And I'm also curious to what Mr. Delacourt recalls from the Ferndale experience.
Mr. Delacourt, the floor is yours.
Wow, I feel lucky. Thank you for asking, Ms. Bannister. I don't have too much to add other than I've dealt with this in 2 previous cities, and when Councilmember Nelson brought it up, I wholeheartedly offered to jump in and support in any way I could. Just in the fact that it was years ago and there was a lot of misconceptions about what allowing chickens, whether it was 2, 4, 6, was going to do in a more suburban neighborhood, and then in Ferndale in a much more urban environment. In both of those instances, I offered to share the fact that in neither one of them did any of the fears or concerns come to fruition. Raising and keeping chickens in an urban environment is difficult. If you don't pay attention to it, if you don't do it in an appropriate manner and in a manner that is respectful of both your neighbors and the animals, they tend not to survive, and it's an expensive hobby to get into as well. So in my 2 previous instances, whether it was 2 or 6, whether permits were issued or necessary or not, there has never been the concern, there's never been the complaints or issues raised with neighbors. So I offered to sit in and join that. Plus I have a soft spot for urban chickens. So it's glad to see the restrictions being reduced a little bit. So I thank Ms. Nelson or Councilwoman Nelson for doing this. I think it's a great idea. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councilmember Nelson and Mr. Delacourt for pushing this forward. I got to work with Summer Knolls Elementary on allowing chickens at schools, and so I know the joys of poultry legislation. It's a lot of fun to work on, so glad this is moving forward.
Councilmember Hayner.
I guess this is a question for Mr. Delacourt. In the current legislation and the suggested legislation, it says only is used in this section, the term bird means only chickens or ducks or a combination of both. Is there a reason from the state that somebody couldn't keep, say, quail or peafowl or anything like that? Is there a reason that we define chickens and ducks solely?
No, and I think Ms. Larkham from the city attorney's office is on. That is not a question I've heard in the past. But if anybody from the city inspection staff could tell the difference, I would be stunned. But I know a lot of people who are smarter than I can tell for sure. So
yeah.
if she's available, I'll let her answer. But I don't know if there's a difference.
Yeah. She's not available. We have looked into it. We will send some additional things from the prior iteration of this. There were concerns raised there. That's why the limitations came in, and so we can provide you any information from the past. And it's also important to note that a lot of people misunderstand. There's a lot of neighborhoods that they're actually not allowed to be because of the deed restrictions. And this doesn't eliminate that. Those deed restrictions are there for a reason, and so there's a lot of platted neighborhoods and other things where this would not take effect, and so it's important for people to know that.
Is that, Mr. Postma, is that, you're talking about deed restrictions and like homeowners agreements and things like that?
Could be homeowners agreements, it could be whole, it could be platted areas, it could be whole subdivisions where they're restricted. People just need to look at their deeds, so.
Is that available on a map somehow? Is that a GIS layer we can find? No? Okay.
Not necessarily, it's just there. And so we wanted to just make that clear in the prior iteration because, sometimes neighbors get into the dispute and it's actually a problem with their deeds. And so people just need to know that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yeah, just a quick one, just by way of context. It was originally chickens going back to like around the 2013-ish timeframe, and then Councilmember Warpahowski used to serve in Ward 5. Chickens and ducks were a big pet passion of his, pun intended.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was able to propose the expansion to ducks in 2018, which was approved by council unanimously.
And there may be no reason. I'll just dig up the old memos and I'll talk to Kristen Larkham and find out if there is anything.
Mayor?
Yes.
That's what I was going to concur with Councilmember Ackerman. It wasn't exclusive to ducks. It was exclusive to chickens, and then ducks were added. But honestly, I'm not aware that anyone's applied for anything other than chickens.
The famous Warpahowski amendment of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to approve a waiver of late penalty charge for late tax payments in response to the COVID-19 novel coronavirus pandemic. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC1. I guess I'd like to take a start on this. I'm delighted to have been working on this with Councilmembers Lum and Ramlawi. We have very few points of entry when it comes to supporting residents and businesses financially at the City of Ann Arbor. We don't have the resources available, the federal government obviously, or the state government, or frankly even the county. One thing we can do, however, is adjust the penalties associated with the payment of property taxes. We naturally cannot void property taxes. We need property taxes in order to provide the city services upon which civil society rests. But nevertheless, we do have an ability to assist property owners by adjusting the penalties associated with late payment. Our ability to make those adjustments is constrained. It's constrained by state law and by city charter. It's constrained temporally. We have a point of the August bill, the August payment, and the August penalty, and the September through December penalty are the 2 points of entry. And in consultation with my colleagues and with staff, we settled upon the elimination of the August penalty and the reduction of the fall penalty from 5% to 2.5%. We have consulted with other taxing jurisdictions to ensure that it would not cause upon them a hardship, and are satisfied that that's the case. We will, we know that we're all suffering here, and property owners and businesses have a tax payment looming. For some, that's going to be readily payable, and for taxpayers that can pay the fee, that can pay the tax, I'd encourage you to do so. The city certainly can use the funds on the upfront, but for those who need to avail themselves of the delay, well, for my part, you're welcome to it. We do what we can, and this is something that we can do because we know that this is a very substantial crisis in our community. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for walking us through what this is attempting to do. I am happy to co-sponsor this with Councilmember Ramlawi. And on this. And I'd also like to thank staff, Mr. Curran, Mr. Blake, and Mr. Crawford, for the good work in pulling this together.
Councilor Lum,
Yes.
I'm having a hard time understanding you. Am I the only person that?
I'm
Are you
having
able-
trouble too.
Thank you. Are you able to?
Can you hear me now?
That's okay. Try talking.
Perhaps speak closer to your computer if you might.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Sorry about
Thank you.
that. So maybe I'll just repeat a couple things. First, thank you. Mr. Mayor, again, I'm happy to co-sponsor this with you and Councilmember Lowey. And I'd also like to thank staff, Mr. Horning, Ms. Blake, Mr. Crawford, for the good work and assistance they provided in pulling this together. As we all know, the summer property tax payments are due July 31st. And several council members asked staff what we could do to reasonably provide folks at least some temporary relief in these challenging times. And I do think that the recommendation from staff that's before us tonight makes a lot of sense, and I hope we'll also support it. The resolution, as the mayor explained, is 1% late fee applied on August 1, and it waives half, 2.5% of the 5% late payment fee that's September 1st. I will note that the waiver does not apply to tax payments escrowed by financial institutions. The waivers do have a cost to the city in terms of the lost late fees and investment income, and it's estimated the cost will be about $350,000 to $140,000 for the August waiver and $210,000 for the partial September waiver. And because of that, the resolution also encourages all property owners with the means to pay taxes and to please do so by the normal July 31st deadline. The partial relief on the September late charge does make sense to me as well. It keeps an incentive to pay by August 31st, but also provides some relief to those folks who simply can't pay at that time. And as the mayor noted, the city staff reached out to the other organizations that the city collects taxes on behalf of, and that includes the public schools, the district library, AATA, the county, Washtenaw Community College, and WISD. And I appreciate that city staff reached out to confirm that the payment delays would not cause them significant cash flow issues. So thank you, staff, for doing that as well. So just bottom line, I do think this resolution strikes the appropriate balance of providing some temporary relief for those taxpayers who are struggling, but at a reasonable cost to the city. And I hope everyone agrees and will join in supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Councilmember Rumlawi, if you want to speak first as a
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say thank you for leadership, Mayor Taylor, and to you, Councilmember Rumlawi and Lum. I think it's fantastic that we can predict a problem for households and then work diligently and quickly to do what we can to help. So very grateful, and thanks to the teams at the city's finance office and legal office for their help. And not to steal your thunder, but only to express my applaud. I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you, and thank you for working with myself and Councilmember Lum with staff in getting this out in time for folks to start planning on what to do next. It's encouraging and it's much appreciated, especially amongst not just the residents but the businesses of Ann Arbor as well. I know many of my colleagues in the small business world are in shell shock right now, probably more than residents are, and this will help them as well. most tenants have to pay their property taxes. Most of these small business owners are responsible for paying the property taxes for buildings they do not own, like myself. So it's very welcome and deeply appreciated. And the flurry of information going back and forth is we learned what is possible and what is not as possible, and getting it done in time to have it on tonight's agenda is just greatly appreciated. And just wanted to say thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
I would just like to be added as a co-sponsor. I'm grateful for any opportunity for us to relieve the burden on residents. There's a lot of situations that we don't have power over, and so I'm glad for us to make some effort in what we can do. Thanks.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. I would like to request to be added as a co-sponsor also. And I was wondering how this will be communicated to residents, because I think there's been a lot of knowledge just in this conversation about what we can and can't do and how it works. And I know that the Ward 1 residents were asking for a lot of relief with the property tax, and I'm grateful that we have this solution, but I was wondering how we were going to communicate the things we couldn't do and why this is our best solution and so forth.
To be honest, we had not come up with a communication plan, not knowing whether this was going to pass. Our time frame, it was important to go ahead and get this considered soon because it will be on the bill that they receive, and so it'll be very clear on what the expectation is.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. I think this might be a question for Mr. Crawford or the sponsors. I guess I'd say the original sponsors. So I'm reading this correctly that there's no opportunity, if someone escrows their taxes through their mortgage lender, like many, there's no opportunity to engage in this program. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do we have any sense of what percentage of taxes are paid by escrow versus what are paid by direct pay?
We have Mr. Horning on, so I'd like him to comment if he could. Matt, you're muted.
And now I'm frozen. Can you hear me? Great.
We can hear you, yes.
My unmute button wasn't on the screen until just a moment ago. We've got about 33% of our taxpayers that pay through escrow. And the reason we excluded those folks is because they've already paid their money to their financial institution. The financial institution is holding those funds with the expectation of paying the tax. So there's no benefit that's being denied by denying that portion of the taxpayers.
So if we collect, what do we collect, 110 million in property taxes, something like that? Is that right? I just wonder, like, how is it typical that we have? I'm trying to get a sense of how many folks this is going to benefit. I mean, I think it's great that we're doing something. I'm just trying to get a sense of how many folks really are late on these direct payments of that 66% of people who make direct pay to property taxes. Is it typical that we would assess and collect late fees, or is it mostly paid on time? Like
well, we're in
past.
territory here because we've never been in this situation before. We've never waived the penalties for property taxes.
I mean, what like last year, do you have a sense of last year what we collected in property tax late penalties? I'm just curious.
Of course we do. So we don't have any empirical data with which we can model this. So what we did is we looked at past payment data over the last several years, how many people paid on time, how many people did not, and then made assumptions as to if we omitted the 1% August 1 penalty, what would happen. And we assumed, worst case scenario, that everyone that's eligible to not pay their taxes would delay their paying their taxes for a month. So that was 66%. So the cost figures that we have presented to you are the worst case scenario, we think, for the August 1 penalty. And then for,
So that's sort of a,
Councilmember Hayner?
oh, I'm not sure. I had a weird delay there. So that it's sort of it's not money that we had collected last year in late payments. We don't have it. We have a sense of what that was, but that's the projected worst case scenario and kind of deferred late payments or lost revenue for late payments, in other words. So it's not we're giving away something we may or may not have had.
Well, based on last year's payment data, the 50,000 penalty that we cited in the resolution is what we would have collected, what we did collect last year that we cannot collect this year if we waive the penalty.
Oh, so we had about 50K in late fees last year.
For
okay, you were cutting in and out really badly. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the Councilmember Hayner, there's about 50,000 that we would not be receiving that we would have typically received. And then there is lost interest that we would typically earn that we would not be earning because of the receipt of the payments later.
All right. Okay. I'm just looking for ways to help, help relieve. I mean, we have, a lot of people out of work, a lot of people asking me what can we do to help out? And, our of the dollar's worth of, if your one tax dollar split between all the people who get it, we're like a quarter of that if you include the DDA and stuff. And the schools in higher education are about half of that. And so I'm glad that we didn't have any trouble with the schools saying, hey, we need our money up front or anything, because they easily collect more of that dollar than the city does. So
right. This was a challenging one because, as you may recall, Mr. Hajra had mentioned when he presented to you earlier, ideally a tool that you use to help can be directed to those most in need, like barrier busters. In this case, there's not a tool to get at the taxpayers in need. You don't really have that kind of under state law. And so this by necessity is a broader brush. And that's why we've had to make the more sweeping assumptions.
All right. Okay, thanks. I mean, it's nice that we're doing something, but 50,000 out of 100 million just doesn't, it's important for those people who need it. So I guess that's what matters, but it seems like we could do better somehow.
Well, but again, the benefit here is not just the 50,000. As to what Councilmember Malawi said later, it gives them more time to actually get the payment saved for the payment. That timing is really significant.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know that it's important to the individual user. Just in the grand scheme of things, it just seems like, I don't know. I wish I could come up with something better to do for us, for our residents. I'll think about that.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this forward, and I especially want to thank the staff for giving us the full analysis of the cost and benefit and seeking to strike a balance between just excusing all of the penalties or just approaching this incrementally. And it also asked to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to speak twice here on this. I just wanted to kind of just push back a little bit to my colleague who says we should be doing more, perhaps. And I'm not sure. I apologize if I've misunderstood that, Councilmember Hayner, but this is a significant give, and it's only one of many things that we're going to have to do. This is not the silver bullet. This isn't going to save you if you're, this is just to help alleviate some of your pain. I mean, I know in my instance, my summer property tax bill here is over $20,000. I'm a small business. being able to float some money here and there and paying Robert, Robin, Peter to pay Paul, if I get that right, that's how we got to work things here as small business owners right now. We're going to have to get very resourceful as to how we juggle things going forward. And so having 30 days, 60 days without being penalized, I think is significant, it's huge. And so, I know that people want more. It's never going to be enough, but I think this is very significant. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. Let's take a break. We'll reconvene at 10:03.
back in open session. My apologies for the late restart. DC2 resolution to endorse the Fair and Equal Michigan campaign, moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please. Councilmember Griswold.
We heard about this already from Michelle Hughes, so given the time, I don't have anything further to say.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I appreciate my colleagues bringing this forth and everybody in the community doing what they're doing to make my job easier to become a sponsor to this. And I appreciate that, and just honored to have the opportunity to sponsor something like this. So thank you to everybody, and hopefully this becomes law soon. It's way overdue.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. As it was noted in the public comments, I signed this. My wife did, my son did. We signed a paper version of it. And you know, as we see, sometimes the only way to get something put over on into law is through the petition drive. And I think that's a good thing that it exists in our rights. We if I'm not mistaken, we spoke about this a little bit. Councilmember Eaton, you and I spoke about this at one of our policy agenda committees, because I was expressing that I wish Elliott Larson was simplified to say basically no person should be discriminated against for any reason. And you were trying to explain to me why it is we enumerate lists of identities like this in law. And there's some legal standard for why things have to be written this way. You can't just have a blanket statement like I suggest this should be. And so I was confused about that. And I also, you know, I just want, like, is this typical for this body to ask people to sign a petition? I know that I had a constituent say that they went to sign online and they asked for her Michigan driver's license number. I assume it's some way that they're using to verify that you're a resident of the state of Michigan or something, and they were concerned about putting that in, and so they didn't want to sign online. I didn't know if anybody knew about that, if any of the sponsors wanted to speak to that, or the reason we have to enumerate like this. I would just be interested in hearing about it. I don't recall us ever urging people to go sign a petition. It's not that the goal isn't right, and it's not the right thing to do, in my opinion, because obviously I signed it. But it's odd. It's sort of paternalistic or something to tell somebody what to go do, ask somebody to go do something. That's all, just some comments.
Councilmember Eaton.
So first, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I appreciate the sponsors bringing this forward. Last year, at my urging, the Policy Agenda Committee added a number of labor and employment issues, including advocating that our state legislators outlaw discrimination against the LGBT community in housing, education, employment, and public access, public accommodations. Our state legislature has not been willing to make those changes in our law, and I think that this campaign seeks to circumvent that roadblock, and I fully support it, and I believe it's long past time to outlaw this kind of discrimination. So I intend to support this. I hope everybody else does as well.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just want to be added as a co-sponsor. That's all.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you very much to the sponsors for bringing this forward, and to the petition circulators for doing the hard work. I don't know, crises highlight what happens when we create cracks for people to fall through, and basic civil rights are something we should extend to all people. I think we're reminded in these times in particular, but hopefully always, that loving our neighbors, no matter what they look like or who they love, or who they identify to be, is critically important to keep us all safe.
Councilmember Bannister.
I would like to request to be added as a co-sponsor also, and I want to give a special thank you to Michelle Hughes for bringing this, being the first person, it seemed, to be circulating this and getting this on the agenda.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I also want to thank Michelle Hughes and be added as a co-sponsor, but I do want to acknowledge that I have heard some concerns from members of the LGBTQ community that without adequate funding, that this is a proposal that could go down. And I think it's important to remember that not every community is Ann Arbor, as we saw in Lansing last week. So I know that I really believe that what we saw in 18, that this will, if it gets on the ballot, that it will pass if the legislature doesn't act first, because they'll be scared about driving Democratic turnout because of it. So I'm hopeful that it will go forward, but I just want to acknowledge that I had that conversation in the last couple of weeks, and that hopefully in committing to be co-sponsors, that will also be committed to working to get this passed if the signatures get on the ballot.
Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks again as well to you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Griswold, Councilmember Smith for bringing this forward, and particularly thanks to Michelle Hughes for all of your work on collecting petition signatures to place this question on the ballot. And it requires a lot of work, obviously, given the volume of signatures that are required. I always think it's a good idea to support initiatives to place questions on the ballot, no matter the question. I certainly support what this is trying to accomplish, and I hope that it's ultimately successful and the ballot question is supported. But just in general, in terms of placing questions on ballots, which again, what the ballot initiative is all about, I always think that's a good democratic thing to do. Whether it's you name the issue. We've had some locally, nonpartisan elections. Would have been nice to put that question on the ballot. The library lot, I'm glad that made it to the ballot. That took a lot of effort. And again, I hope that this question does find a place on the ballot. And again, thanks to everyone who's working so hard on this, and thank you for adding my name as a sponsor.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, thanks. No, I just, I would hope that the final whereas clause is true. And I understand that even if it wasn't, that's why this ballot language is being brought. You know, it says that the rights that most residents in our state and nation support. And I know that's certainly true for the city and the county and so on. And I hope it's true for our state and nation. And you know, I think that's the notion that we believe that's true by agreeing on this resolution. You know, it sends a decent message that we agree with that, and so you know, it's entirely appropriate. I just I don't know. It's odd. I think like we saw last week, the fracking petition made it to the state, so that's going to be on the ballot, and so it's definitely good news that this process exists to petition the government for redress. And so yeah, I'm all for it, and good luck to the folks out collecting signatures. I think it's the signature, you know, it's tough. It's not going door to door anymore, and so you know, hopefully that'll be lifted in enough time to make this ballot deadline, and we can get these in there. So thank you.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you for the second time to speak on this. First time I forgot to thank specifically Michelle Hughes, as she's been thanked several times already. I don't think it would be discussed here tonight without her efforts, at least here. But to talk about why it's odd, it's odd because our leadership at the federal and state level have failed many Americans. So we're left to do what the most democratic thing to do is gather petitions and get it on the ballot. It's a very basic form of democracy. So I appreciate Councilmember Lum's refresher, but it's odd because there's some deaf ears above, and this is the only way to get things done sometimes. So that's what I think is going on here. Appreciate the opportunity.
Further discussion? I'm delighted that this is obviously going to move forward. We need to do everything we can to protect the vulnerable members of the LGBTQ community, and obviously changing the Elliott Larson Act would be an outstanding step in the right direction. It's inexcusable as a society that we permit this kind of invidious discrimination, and we ought to do everything we can to stop it. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC3, resolution directing the Planning Commission and City Administrator to evaluate Section 5.29.6 site plans of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code and propose amendments to adjust site plan authority thresholds and improve communication of requirements. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. Councilmember Bannister and I've had some discussions about this resolution, and I believe we would like to postpone this so that we have time to talk to staff about the purpose that she had in mind and the language of the resolution. So I would move to postpone this until the first meeting in July.
Seconded by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion of the postponement.
Second meeting in July?
First, I believe you said. Councilmember Bannister, your hand is up. Do you wish to speak to the postponement, or?
I just wanted, well, no, I support the postponement, but I did want to give us a little update about what the issue was. So, in Ward 1, there is a 200 Huron View project, and we came to find out through working on this project, and I refer everyone to letter from Teresa and Brad Angelini that is attached to the proposed resolution, where they describe what the problem was. But they had purchased a property, a modest sized property down on Huron View, and then they were planning to do some modest changes to it. But then they got into complexities where what they thought was actually an administrative amendment turned out to be a full-blown site plan requirement. And they came to find out that our site plan system seems to favor large projects rather than the more smaller, modest-sized office buildings, just a $500,000 or $1 million or $2 million or so. And part of the problem is that Councilmember Eaton and I and staff will be trying to work on is that if you are a 1,000 square feet building or a 6,000 square feet building, if you are increasing the size more than 10%, you trigger the site plan process. And so therein lies where it favors the large project, because it's 10% of 1,000 square feet triggers it, whereas a 6,000 square feet, 10%, anything, they can do a lot of things that don't add up to 10% on the bigger project. And the site plan process is very expensive, because then you get into sidewalks, stormwater, parking, fire truck access. And so by working on what we've prepared here tonight, we found out last night at caucus was not the complete solution that is needed. So Councilmember Eaton and I, and any other council members, Councilmember Lum or others who would like to participate in the discussion, we're going to try to work on the site plan review definitions and thresholds for in there, and possibly this 10% that results in inequality for the smaller projects.
Further discussion of the postponement? All in favor of the postponement?
Aye.
All opposed? This postponement is approved. DC4, a resolution to support Washtenaw County and Shelter Association of Washtenaw as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and appropriate $250,000 for current and future COVID-19 shelter response. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC4. I guess I'd like to take this on the jump. As everybody knows, the COVID-19 crisis is hitting members of our, the homeless members of our community particularly hard. It's hitting them hard, of course, because of the disruption of everybody's life, but it further disrupts our ability to provide services and support to members of the homeless community previously affected at the Delana Center. We have the county, that is to say, the primary provider of this service. The county has worked with property owners throughout the city and community to find alternate locations for members of the homeless community to reside during the course of the pandemic, places for them to receive services, food and services in a manner consistent with social distancing, with their safety and the safety of others. And that is up and running, and I'm proud of the work that county has done and the city's ability to support it, certainly in soft ways associated with service. But here now the resolution requests that the city provide some economic support for the purpose. This is, I think, a reasonable thing for us to do to provide support to help the neediest among us. And I know it is something that would be very much appreciated by our good friends at the county. This comes largely out of the requesting conversation that I've had with the chair of the county board, Chair Morgan, and it will be, I think, a good thing for us all. So I appreciate your consideration and support. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just had a question. I see then in the resolution that it discusses the payback for some of this extension of our funds here with the FEMA grants and so on. And I'm just wondering, I assume that those are contingent on continuing the declaration of the states of emergency with the county and the city. Is that true? So we need to make sure that we don't revoke that declaration prematurely. I mean, is this what I'm seeing? We're going to get paid back. For this expense? Is the consideration through FEMA grants?
Mr. Crawford?
We have Teresa Gelati here to speak to that from the county.
Hi there.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. So as it's written right now, or I should say what's happened right now is both the county and the Shelter Association have been incurring costs over the past month or so, more like 2 months on the behalf of the shelter, as we've expanded shelter locations, increasing staffing, paying for meals, that sort of thing. It's our understanding that all of this is subject for reimbursement under FEMA. The way the resolution is currently written, the first half of the funds would go to support things directly, and I believe that would be reimbursable as long as those expenses are tracked. The second half of the resolution would be that some of those city funds could provide the 25% match, in particular for the Shelter Association, so they can get basically a full reimbursement. And that could potentially be for the county as well, but that would be, it would only be as needed at that point in time.
And if I may, if I'm reading this right, in the descriptive text prior to it, the suggestion is that that these costs are running $300,000 to $600,000 a month for these services? Is that what I'm seeing there?
So I can give you an update on that. I based that first estimate, I put this together at the end of the week last week, on what was submitted. You have to submit sort of pre-approval type documentation to FEMA. So I was using the initial estimates. I went back through it today with some of the staff that were involved in it. And currently for the month of April on the county side, the better estimate for the expenses for the month of April is closer to about $175,000. That is expected to increase in the month of May, as we're hoping to move from 5 different shelter locations to expanded hotel, and sort of having more folks at the hotel and less of the smaller congregate sites, and keeping Delanus open. And so there would be an additional cost for those rooms. It could be a decrease in cost of staff, hopefully, and the idea that you wouldn't have to have 24/7 staff from the Shelter Association at the 5 sites, hopefully down to 2, possibly 3.
Okay, I know this is your thing, and I respect your judgment on this. When I saw that 300 to 600,000 a month, I thought, we're just going to buy the hotel, right? Like, we're just going to straight up buy it, because that's a huge cash burn, you know.
I've definitely thought about buying hotels, but that's another conversation.
I'm all for it. I mean, it's like when you see these numbers coming by, and I understand that staff is part of this and necessary. I get that. I just thought, wow, like that's like, should we just float the down payment and just buy a hotel? You know, please let us know if that would work better for you. Thank you. All set.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. And thanks, Ms. Gelati, for being here tonight, answer some of these questions. This is obviously one of the biggest issues right now that we're hearing from in our community, folks that are concerned about the homeless, the mentally ill. That is everyone's concern. Fortunately, we're a pretty affluent community, and we could take care of many of our own personal needs and our family's needs, but there's a lot of people in the shadows who exist and who can't shelter in place when they don't have shelter. So it's one issue that I'm been getting a lot of emails and concerned with. My question is, how long right now are we projecting this continue for? You talked about the increased costs and further increases in this month. So it's trending up and it's trending out. I know it's a fluid situation, but how sustainable is the current fiscal capacity in our structures, in our systems? I mean, do we have some endurance, or are we gonna run out of gas soon?
That's a great question. I think one of the things that we're working on right now, obviously we want to make sure that everybody's safe, has the ability to shelter in place, you know, it has that security. As Councilmember Hayner sort of indicated, as long as there's a state of emergency declared, we would have access to those FEMA funds for reimbursement for the hotels, for example, and those additional costs. One of the things that's also happening at the same time is some of the CARES Act funding is starting to come down. And what we're looking to do with a lot of that funding, whether it's the Community Development Block Grant or Community Services Block Grant and other funds, is to kind of create a sort of a kind of a wraparound strategy so that we're not just increasing the number of sheltering sites or rooms available, but we're actually getting people into permanent housing, because that's ultimately our goal. And I think we can all agree on that. So we're trying to make sure that, one, we can handle this in the immediate term, but we're constantly moving people to permanent housing. And so to your question, right now we're sort of planning through, I would say, the summer at having to have some of this increased capacity. And then we're going to have to reevaluate every month or two as we proceed to see how things are going, what's changing, if we have sort of a resurgence of the virus that's going to require more shelter in place again. So we're going to have to be able to adjust at any point in time, but those are the kinds of things that we're thinking about as we plan things out.
Well, talking with you just has raised a couple further questions. or thoughts, and that is, two, is FEMA going to reimburse us 100%? I apologize, but what percentage of these further expenditures are going to be applicable for grant money?
So,
And then, I'm sorry, I might as well, go ahead, but that part, that would be quick for perhaps for you, but I'm just saying, you're talking about putting people in permanent housing, and the other side of the equation, we're hearing about people losing housing. So are we gonna lose that battle? Are we gonna see an increase rather than a decrease as you go on to do this because of the economic conditions?
you're asking all the right questions, right? And so we are trying to plan for, one, for the sheltering population that we have right now. We're hovering between 140 and 150 that the Shelter Association is housing between these 5 different sites. We also are concerned and are trying to plan and provide some rental assistance, some mortgage assistance, having those things available as we end up with those eviction moratoriums coming off, in the next few months, that we can support people in the short term. It will be short term. It'll probably be 2 to 3 months worth of support that we can assist with to try and prevent more people entering the homelessness system. So you're right. It's a couple of different things we're trying to do. We're trying to prevent eviction and homelessness. We're trying to make sure people who are homeless are getting housed, and then sheltering those who need it. We don't know the full extent of it. That's the biggest unknown that we're all facing. And so we know what we have available to us right now through some of the state and federal fundings. We know there's a lot going on the federal level, and we're expecting there at least to be another CDBG round and another emergency solutions grant round. That's funding that can also assist around homelessness and housing. And so we're trying to plan ahead for that, even thinking about, can we use some of that to buy a hotel? We're trying to think ahead to what all our many different options are and how we can be assisting. But it's not as clear cut yet. And I think it's stuff that we're going to be learning over the next weeks and months.
Thank you. I'll reserve my time for a second time. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
Thanks for being here tonight and answering these questions. Earlier tonight, I mentioned the word collaboration, and I think that's really key during this difficult time. I received a call from Jason Morgan earlier today. He wanted to know if we had any questions that he could address before the vote tonight, and I did appreciate that. I want to say that the hotel that's being used, I've driven by there at least twice a week, and I have never experienced any problems. Security's always been there. That's a positive. One question, many of our homeless are employed, and I'm just wondering if we're having a problem now that AAATA has cut back. With the people that are at the hotel, have you experienced a problem with transportation?
So Dan Kelly, who's the director of the Shelter Association, is on this call, and I'm going to hand that over to him. He'll be able to answer that better.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to this council. Appreciate the opportunity. That just changed recently, and we have seen an uptick in our case managers having to coordinate transportation for our guests that are employed. We have a guest in the shelter right now, Delana. She's works at U of M. Luckily, it's not that far, but we've been coordinating a cab to get her there. We have a cab contract, but it has had an impact. It's still pretty new that I don't know the extent of it, but I've heard anecdotally already about a couple cases that have been impacted by that change.
Oh, okay, thanks for the update.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you, Teresa, for joining us tonight, and I would like to request to be a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gelati, while I have you here, I have a question. I've been had the need to be over on Platte Road, and I saw that as soon as everything shut down, they just had those 2x12s for where they're going to cut on the stairs, just hanging out the windows of our public housing project over there. And it's been like that ever since. Of course, you know that. How is it that public housing construction is not considered essential business. Do we know when that's going to start back up again?
We do. Actually, we're able to get back into construction on the 7th. So actually later this week, we should see all construction starting back up. And to your point, you all actually were assisting with advocacy to try and get affordable housing started sooner. That didn't quite work, but at least we'll get back on all construction projects. My understanding can start as of May 7th.
Okay. Well, hope it's not too soon for those guys. I hope that the site managers have them distanced properly. It's tough to hang sheetrock by yourself and stay 6 feet away on an 8-foot sheet, so we'll see. I hope for the best. I hate seeing them frozen in place over there all this time.
Agreed.
But I understand the public health, necessity. Thanks for answering that.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward. I have a feeling this is just the beginning of the spending that we're going to have to do to help those in our community who are challenged by the impacts of the recession that's just beginning. But I support this strongly, and I want to be a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think I agree it's important to do what, for the city to do what it reasonably can to support our residents. We approved emergency funding of $200,000 for the Housing Commission, and that was appropriate. We also just approved temporary relief for taxpayers, and that too was appropriate. And I think this $250,000 to support the shelter and our most needy residents is certainly appropriate as well. I don't find it at all surprising that the Shelter Association has incurred unanticipated costs the last couple of months, and obviously that will continue. I just wanted to confirm, I do think the city should pay its fair share, and happy to support that. And I think Ms. Gelati, to field any questions and to provide us with a better understanding of the various actions that you're taking, things you're exploring to address all of the issues surrounding, the concerns that arise with housing folks who are otherwise unhoused during this crisis. I do think if going forward, if you can keep us updated, obviously, everybody's busy. You're very busy, but in between, because you're going to be coming back, I presume, but updates would be helpful. And because Councilmember Griswold and I, we've received questions from some neighbors about the hotel in the second ward that's being utilized. And it sounds like about half or so of the people we're sheltering are at that particular hotel. And you said that this will continue, because I fielded, questions about, the plans going forward. It sounds like the planning there is to utilize that through the summer then?
So I'm hoping that we're going to know by the end of this week. We have been talking to the U of M about the use of dorm space. It's been an ongoing conversation, and I think we're sort of at the point where we're hoping to get a decision from them, or if we don't, we may have to proceed anyway. So if we don't use the dorm, we would be using more hotel space, sort of taking over the entirety of the hotel that you're referencing. So I'm hoping that, so we're trying to get to the point of being able to make that decision and then start doing the transition. Again, that would help a lot to consolidate services all in one location. It would help a lot with communication coordination in those staffing levels we talked about.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you for the second time speak on this, and my colleagues on weighing in on it. Councilmember Lum, kind of touching on some things that I I'm thinking about, and that's, our efforts here in the incremental costs and responding to COVID-19. Between, the Housing Commission and our tax leniency, and perhaps the passage of this, we're at $750,000 already, and we haven't even started really. So it's going to be time to watch our dollars, and in that spirit, in the spirit of a lot of things, in the spirit of helping, and the spirit of being responsible, I would like to add a fourth resolve clause, or a fifth resolve clause. I'm sorry, when I sent it to the clerk, I said it would be the fourth, but it would actually be a fifth resolve clause in this, and that's to ask for an expense report of sorts of where this funding is going. How, if Ms. Beaudry, if you could, I'm not sure if it's possible to get that out. Hope it is.
I just sent it.
Um,
I can also read it if you like.
yeah, if you could, that would help everyone. And again, it'd be the fifth resolve clause.
Okay, it will say, resolved, the city administrator shall deliver to council within a reasonable amount of time an expense report detailing the use of these funds.
Seconded by Councilman Lum. Councilmember Ramlau, you still have the floor.
I don't want to micromanage, but I also just want to be responsible for the taxpayers' dollars. And I understand some of this could be given back by FEMA, but I am reminded of who's in power and many other corporations that he's bankrupt before. So is it possible to get something like this? Is there any kind of hesitation or troubles with getting anything like this to council?
I don't think so. I mentioned in the resolution, we're going to be doing an MOU with the shelter to clarify sort of roles in which expenses are being covered by the county and also by the shelter. And then as part of that, we'll probably be collecting those expenses and making sure we can prorate it in that way. So I don't think that would be a problem.
And what would be a reasonable amount of time? Sorry, Mayor, to cut you off.
That's right.
For it would maybe, I'm not sure exactly what you would be thinking of. Maybe every quarterly would be probably easiest, and then maybe every 2 months if you wanted to. Dan, Kelly, and I were talking earlier. They haven't even finished, for example, their payroll for the month of April yet. So we probably wouldn't get into sort of looking at that for a few more weeks. And so we're always going to lag behind just a little bit. So something on that cadence would be all right.
Perhaps this is friendly. Does anyone have any objection to it being friendly? Friendly. I guess Councilor Lum, you have the.
Thanks. I just want to thank Councilor Lowy. Thanks again, Ms. Gelati. That'll be helpful information. And then, so we can all plan too as well. And during the, one of the public hearings, the public hearing for the budget, Mr. Nelson spoke about the use of the county mental health and public safety millage. And this money is coming, this recommendation is to fund this $250,000 from the general fund balance. And I would just like to remind us all that county mental health and public, that those are taxpayer dollars, obviously, general fund dollars, but that is another funding source. We've allocated it differently in the past and provided direction on how that money should be utilized going forward. But I think that it would certainly be a suitable use to direct for this kind of support. Just planting that seed. Thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Can I just be added as a sponsor and thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forth?
Absolutely. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. Where am I? My apologies.
DC 5.
Thank you. DC 5, resolution to promote safe social distancing outdoors in Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC 5. Councilmember, who's going to do it? Someone raise
Yes,
their
go
hand. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. This was a really unusual and I think productive process that got us to where we are for DC 5 that I think included Councilmember Griswold, people from the community who provided feedback to me about concerns they had with the resolution and longtime advocates for this issue in general since we've had the stay-at-home order. So I want to thank all those people, and I think we were able, with the help of Mr. Hupy, Mr. Postma, Mr. Crawford, to have a couple meetings, one on Saturday morning and one midday today, that enabled us to get to the point where we are today. I think there are some compromises on both sides here. For me, the one that is probably the biggest one is that, it would be my personal preference not to have to come before council for to have any of these reconfigurations approved, but I think we reached a good compromise point where we don't have to come back before council for local street reconfigurations, that those can go forward administratively, that we can move forward with some pilots that we didn't. I think there was a lot of concern about the initial date of a report coming back June 15th before we could do anything, and that set off some alarms. So all of that is gone. I think much of what we're asking staff has done already in terms of looking at best practices. So I'm hopeful that we can get a report back. But if we're looking to do things on non-residential streets, we'll have just a little more in the way of guidelines from staff and a conversation that hopefully won't be too controversial before this body, but will be informed by staff expertise and best practices. So thank you to everyone, and especially Councilmember Griswold, for allowing me to participate in these discussions. To Councilmember Smith, who I had some really productive conversations with, and to the other co-sponsors.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I want to second everything that Council Member Grand said. I want to apologize for the late posting of the revised DC 5. But really, this conversation started on social media on April 4th when someone mentioned a problem with a person with a disability being crowded on the sidewalk. And obviously, if someone is in a wheelchair, they can't easily move out of the way or move off of the sidewalk. So this has been an active discussion on social media since then. And while this process took a lot of staff time, emails were still being sent about 11 o'clock on Sunday night. I think that it was a good learning experience, because I think we've established a process that we can use for other coronavirus-related problems and opportunities moving forward. So I don't see it being an excessive amount of time, given that there was so much of a learning curve that we had to jump over, whatever. I do want to mention that there's a lot of misinformation out there in the media, and we heard about how Oakland, California has already closed 74 miles of streets. Well, they didn't really close the streets except to through traffic. And by having a street local traffic only, it definitely slows down the amount of vehicular traffic. It minimizes the amount of vehicular traffic. And so people are able to walk and cycle in the street more safely than they would otherwise. So as we move forward, we need to be very careful of the language that we're using. And also, it's going to be very complicated on our downtown streets. If we make one street local traffic only, we've got to look and see what's happening on the other parallel streets. And so I think it makes sense to come back to council, because we're going to have to work with the DDA. We're going to have to work with a number of other entities. Our Amazon and our delivery service volume is probably going to increase as we go through this pandemic. And so there are a lot of moving variables that we need to take into account, because the ultimate goal is to create a safe environment, in fact, a safer environment than we have right now. So thank you to everyone involved.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. This came obviously a little late. It's been discussed in loose terms and conversations up to this point. As I see it now, I would like to offer another resolve clause in this, and I apologize if it's not grammatically proper. Feel free to edit it as I just sat here and typed it, but I'm going to be sending it to our clerk again, Ms. Beaudry, and that is to include the downtown merchants associations.
Yes.
I feel that the downtown businesses, not even a feel, it's a reality.
Mhm.
We've been eviscerated. There needs this isn't just a couple week situation. This is going to be a generational thing. And I think we need to include all our downtown merchant associations in this discussion. Where we see in social distancing issues are in the downtown areas, in the DDA district, and in our parks. I think we can pretty much isolate those as being the sticking points, the choke points. I think we can handle things in the neighborhoods relatively well. As we all know, when we go knocking on doors, our community, the neighborhoods know each other very well. And where we have issues are in places like the downtown, the Diag, in those areas. So I think it's critical, as well as the fact that these businesses are struggling. Many of them won't survive. Many new ones will come online. And this is an opportunity to perhaps foster some new growth, as unfortunately the forest has been burnt down. And so I think it's important that the merchants, the downtown merchants, have a critical voice, a critical say in what we do with our streets and sidewalks going forward.
So the resolve clause, it's added resolve clause, resolve the city administrator shall solicit input from the willing Ann Arbor merchant associations in the process in establishing social distancing as it affects DDA district. Is there a second to that?
I'm sorry, it's all butchered.
That's right.
We can work on it, but I just wanted to get it on there. I didn't think about it until the last second.
No worries.
I thought about it, but I didn't think about introducing an amendment.
Seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. I'm assuming that's friendly. Is there any, Mr. Crawford?
Yeah, so long as staff doesn't have any objection, I just want, Mr. Crawford has his hand raised. Yeah.
Oh, I was
Mr.
just
Crawford.
going to, I wanted to point out, thank you for the amendment. Staff has already been meeting with the merchant associations, and they're working on some customized plans, because all their needs are not the same. And so they've already been working on some ideas that will come forward, I anticipate, fairly soon.
Can I just,
Councilmember Grant.
so Crawford, would you prefer that be a whereas, because that's already ongoing? Do you have any issues with it being?
No, it's
a-
fine. It's fine.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Then I think that sounds like
Can I
it's.
assume that to be friendly? Councilmember Lum?
I have it, it's a resolve clause, right?
Correct.
Good. Resolve clauses are much more forceful. mean, it's, whereas clauses are just kind of, nice statements, but they don't do much of anything, frankly. So I'm glad it's that Councilmember Ramlawi brought this forward, and it should stand as a resolve clause.
Is it friendly? I'm looking at it friendly. Further discussion of the motion as amended. Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to thank other staff members who are with us tonight, Nick Hutchinson and Craig Hupy, as well as Tom Crawford, and our city administrator, Stephen Postema.
And Raymond Hess is here.
Raymond Hess.
Oh, Raymond is here?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Hi, Raymond. Sorry. Oh, you're moving around on the screen. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is an appropriate resolution. As many of us are aware, this whole thing kind of came to our notice, as Councilwoman Griswold said, when she started looking at this back at the start of April. And then, we got a bunch of grief on social media and the newspaper about some kind of a memo that was circulated internally and then to Transportation Commission staff that was never sent to us. And we got grief for not acting on something we had never received, which I thought was, not great. I mean, I got my copy of it from Ryan Stanton. And so I think it's appropriate that we do this. And I think if Transportation Commission would have put together their list of streets they thought were appropriate, we could have acted on that also. Now, I look at Oakland, I look at some of these other communities, and we're not Oakland. We're not those communities. Oakland closes one street. It's the equivalent of a quarter of our total street miles, lane miles. And so, I mean, it's a big community, and we're not like that. We have a freeway ring. We have certain restrictions with bridges and other things like that. And so I'm not sure what's going to come back. I'm just wondering is there in that April 14th memo, it didn't have a list. Is there any notion of what is, going to be coming forward? Like, do we have a sense of what types of streets would be appropriate for this? I mean, I love the reduced traffic on Pontiac Trail, but I know that is not a street that's going to close. I'm trying to get a sense. I was looking at a map. It came up and I looked at what Oakland had done, and Oakland had taken a category of streets, and a couple other cities had done this where they'd taken a type of street, and the closest one we had to it were these neighborhood bike paths. And so I looked at what those streets were to try kind of look at to get a start as what kind of category we'd use. And so I'm just wondering, like, do we have any sense of what streets are going to fall under this and how it's going to be put forward? What kind of signage is going to be rolled out or any of that?
Mayor,
I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford.
Yeah, I mean, these are great questions, but this is part of what staff would be coming back with. We might want to save that for another discussion.
All right. Okay, I just wondered if there was, because that thing had been out there April 14th and it's been around for a month. I just wondered if there had been any kind of internal discussion prior to this, if we had a sense of what was happening. But I'll wait with everybody else. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant. You're on mute. Councilman Grant, you're on mute.
20 seconds. Cut through streets that are in neighborhoods are probably going to be some of the first that we'll see in this pilot, because that seems to be where there's a lot of desire that we've heard from the community. So locals, bringing cut through streets that are in neighborhoods to local traffic only, probably top. So those are going to be some of the first that you would see. I would also like to point out, it's my belief the Transportation Commission has not met, so they wouldn't be able to develop a list from that commission. So I think that partially explains why we haven't heard a formal recommendation from them, because they haven't been able to meet.
Councilmember Griswold. I'm sorry, Lum.
So, following on to what Councilmember Grant just said, I would like to add to Councilmember Ramlawi's amendment. I'm looking for it. That was given to us by Ms. Boudry. Similarly, I haven't sent you anything, but his amendment was, I can't find it, I'm sorry, to require that the interested downtown business associations be engaged in these decisions. So now we're talking about neighborhoods. I would like to have a similar resolution to instruct staff to engage the impacted neighborhood association on any of these recommendations. So I'd like to utilize Councilmember Lowry's resolve that the city administrator shall solicit input from the impacted neighborhood association in the process of establishing social distancing as it affects the impacted neighborhood.
That's not friendly for me.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Second by Councilmember Eden. Just Councilmember Lum, you still have the floor.
That's it.
Mr. Crawford, is that going to be part of their SOP?
You know, I'm going to ask staff. I don't know that we've discussed that aspect of it yet. We're still working. I mean, I think they're still going to work on a recommendation.
Well, I think he was doing that because Councilmember Grant asked about neighborhood streets and so.
Right, and so I think the general concept that has been described is that residents and you know, I kind of want to open this, if Mayor, if to respond to Councilmember Hayner, maybe we actually go the other direction and see if staff have questions that would be helpful for you guys to give input on. But let me characterize discussions as the neighborhood streets. If there was an interest in people on their street to have it adjusted in some way, then that might be received by staff and considered, rather than going to their neighborhood association. It could just be open to people on their streets, and we could just see what we get and then see how we move forward. On the downtown, that would be very different. It would be more driven by staff and discussions with the related parties, considerations of, you know, solid waste pickup, and, you know, we'd have to really look at that a little bit.
Well, thank you. So I will withdraw that resolve clause. But we have the same kinds of issues in terms of, you know, public services, you know, garbage pickup, collection, and of course, emergency services, police, fire, HVA, access issues that, you know, similarly are necessary considerations for, yeah, you name the street.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Does anyone have any objection to its amendment? So it's the bodies. Can we just, does anyone have any objection to its being withdrawn?
No.
All right.
I don't, but
okay,
that would have been nice to hear last week for Mr. Rumwali's.
That's exactly what happened last week with respect to Mr. Rumwali's. Councilman Lum, you still have the floor, I believe.
Yeah, no, nothing more. I would like to, Councilor Griswold has done a lot of work on this. I'm not a social media person, but by all accounts, she got a fair amount of criticism, and I don't know why, because she was working on this. And I'd also like to thank the council members for working through the dueling resolutions that were initially placed on the agenda. And I'd like to thank staff for helping the council members work through all that. So, but the council member Griswold really was the leader in all of this, and she need that, and I would like to acknowledge her efforts.
Further discussion, Mr. Crawford.
Sorry to keep piping in on this one, but just so if I understand the objective of this, and let me see if I get any reaction from council, it's to pursue these in neighborhood and some selected downtown areas. And the purpose is to, where there is social distancing is a challenge from a pedestrian's perspective, that is addressed. And secondly, if there's a connection for biking, that it could be done. Both of those would be objectives that you'd want addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's where we're headed, unless I hear otherwise.
All right, thank you. Further discussion?
I just wanted to give staff an opportunity to make statements if they would like to, or ask any questions. And the other thing is, I didn't really feel like I was being criticized so much as just engaged in a very productive discussion.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC 6, resolution to approve a request from the Regents of the University of Michigan for a new resort Class C liquor license with dance entertainment permit to be located at 500 East Stadium Boulevard. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Romali. Discussion, please, of DC 6. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to also let everyone know that Mr. Rain, the University Community Relations Director, is standing by and on the line. Thank you, Ms. Boudry, for promoting him so he can speak if anyone has any questions. Briefly, I will say this item comes from the Council Liquor License Review Committee. We met last Thursday, and it's to approve a request from the U of M for a liquor license and dance entertainment permit at the U of M golf course on Stadium. DC 6, resolution to approve a request from the Regents of the University of Michigan for a new resort Class C liquor license with dance entertainment.
Mike is piped in somehow.
Wow.
Yeah. I've muted him for the time being.
I'll quickly finish.
Thank you.
This approval would allow the U of M to continue serving alcohol to guests in a clubhouse and allow golfers to purchase alcohol as well. On this, the police, fire, planning, and treasurer have reviewed the applications, do not have any objections, although they also, this was a little unusual. This wouldn't ordinarily come to us, but and Mr. Rain can speak to this. He kindly sent some background information, which was forwarded to everyone. The MLCC notified the university that they would like the university to have the local approval for this resort liquor license. They want a consistent record and process in place. So the committee, the liquor license committee recommends approval. Thank you. And again, Mr. Rain is on the line. If anyone has any questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I sent Mr. Rain a message to turn down his TV if he wanted to speak.
All right. Further discussion? Mr. Rain looks like he's getting off scot-free. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? It is approved. DC 7 being deleted. DC 8, resolution to accept the final report of the City of the Center Task Force. Moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC 8. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councilman Bannister bringing this forward, and I've asked to be a co-sponsor of this since I served on that task force. The essence of this is that we're going to accept this report. There was a lot of good stuff in the report, and it really did a fine job, I think, of laying out the next steps for us as a community and as a council. And I know that some of it was, and some of the notion of a commons is that it's a gathering place, and that's obviously difficult to embrace right now, but it won't be like this forever. And so this commons should keep moving forward. And most of what needs to be done, the next steps are laid out in there, and there's simple council resolution step, forming the committee of the commons, and so on. In fact, of the 6 different suggestions that are in there, 1 through 1 to 4, 2 1 2 2, 3 1 and 2, 4 1 and 5 1 through 4, and 6 1 and 6 2 are all things that are at no cost to the city. And so we don't have a it's resolutions, it's forming committees, it's forming groups, and it's in joining this conversation around the notion of a commons. And so I encourage my colleagues to support accepting this, and I thank everyone on the task force and Ms. Safer, who I see might be on the line with us, for her excellent stewardship of this process. And I think moving forward, I think the next thing that'll come back is a resolution to form this Commons Committee. and also some internal committees, and send. I think the next thing we should do is ask, and I'll bring a resolution forward. I didn't want to amend it to this. I think we should get a resolution forward that is looking forward to 21-22 budget cycle, where we might have staff put some numbers on some things that I'm happy to pull out from the 6 recommendations that actually will have costs with them. But as it turns out, much of this is planning and design and community organizing, and there is no cost associated with that initially, other than maybe the potential for some staff support. And so I just encourage the adoption of this, and I thank everybody who served on the task force, and especially all the folks from the public who gave their input over the period of the task force formation. It was invaluable, and I think enlightening also. So thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. And thanks for everyone whose work has gone into this. It's been a lot. Obviously, it's a lengthy report. I do have a problem with one page of the report, the final page of the report. I like it to be removed. I don't think it's appropriate or should be a part of this. I'm not sure how you go about that parliamentary wise, but I'm not going to accept it with that last page as a part of the report.
Councilmember Lum.
I'll defer to Councilmember Griswold. I don't know if Councilmember Ramlawi made a motion of sorts, which I would support. This was brought up at the caucus last night, and he explained the rationale. Others who participated in last night's conversation being supportive. Mr. Postma, perhaps, is what formalize the removal of the last page? Any recommendations?
I haven't looked at it. I don't quite understand it, but it's a report that's been done by a committee or commission, and therefore it's part of the record at this point. I'd have to think about the formal process of removing something, but I think for the most part, it's part of the record. You can perhaps not accept the last page or whatever, but it's going to be part of the document that is before you.
I think the general takeaway was that it was not particularly professional, frankly, and it's a page with some posted notes that were overly personal, maybe, and a bit offensive to some. I think the sense is it detracted from the quality of the report. So aside from that, I just want to thank Councilmember Bannister for bringing this forward. Also would like to thank all the folks who on the Center of the City Task Force. They worked very hard in developing this report. And there are many participants, as others have noted, who worked very hard and contributed a lot to its creation. So many residents participated in the interviews and the open houses, the surveys that the task force conducted to inform and help shape the report. I'm certainly happy to receive this report. And just appreciate everyone's efforts in making it happen. It will, I believe, most certainly be a very important document as the city moves forward on the center of the city. So thank you again, Councilmember Bannister, for giving us this opportunity to formally acknowledge the work and receive this report. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yeah. Yes.
I believe there's been a motion and a second to strike the last page of the report.
There's been neither. He said that it was said that he wasn't. The council member indicated that he wasn't going to accept it with it, and then that was that. People are free to do whatever people are free to make that effort, but it had no one said I'm moving to do this. or anything to that effect. So
I was asking what the proper procedure would be. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear with that. How do you accept the report, everything but that last page? That's what I was asking.
sure. Mr. Postma, I mean,
I
guess-
think you could accept the report, and if you disapprove of that last page, just accept it. Don't accept that last page, and that will do it. But I'd have to look at this more closely, and that's the best guidance I can get. If you want to express disapproval of it, I would accept the report, except the page. I've not seen it, but I think you would have the ability to do that. That would express your disapproval.
Through an amendment, through what type of how do you do that?
I would just say,
perhaps, I mean, none of this is particularly urgent. And if it gets squirrely, maybe we postpone this to our next meeting and then we can work this out.
I move that.
Is there a motion to postpone? Or a motion to postpone to the next meeting from Councilmember Mamlawi, seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Is there any discussion of the postponement? On the postponement, I have Grand, then Hayner. I'm lowering some hands to keep me.
Okay, sorry about that. Given that our next meeting is budget, I'm gonna suggest that we actually put this off till the first meeting in June on the postponement, if that's
That's fine with
friendly.
me.
Okay,
Is that a friendly amendment to everybody? First meeting in June, postponement of the first meeting in June. I believe Councilmember Hayner, you are on the queue for the postponement.
Yeah, thanks. There's no reason to postpone this. I'd like to speak to that last page, and I know Ms. Seifert could, and I think Mr. Smith could also. So the task force had a challenge to reach out to people and solicit their ideas, their notions of what should happen with this common space. And there was, it's fair to say, there was an organized response that insisted that this space must have affordable housing on it. And so when we put these appendices, as it were, in this report, I believe that that image of that board was a compromise to show that there were ideas that were brought forward at these public hearings where people were very insistent and they wrote it down that this is what they felt they wanted. And so I don't know if Mr. Smith or Ms. Seifert want to speak to that, but I felt that it was sort of a compromise and that it didn't do any harm to recognize that there was a very vocal group of folks who felt that this should serve the affordable housing community in some way. And I believe that it will serve the affordable housing community in some way, especially as we move forward with the Y lot and adjacent properties and so on. And so I don't really have a problem with that last page, although I do think it's a little odd. I seem to recall it was a result of a compromise to recognize that there was a public quest for affordable housing on this space. So I won't support a postponement. I think we can get it moving, and then the first meeting in June, not necessarily our next meeting, although it would be, but it is going to be very budget centric. I'm like I say, I'm going to bring forward a resolution that forms a committee of the commons and so on, and just kind of keep this thing moving. We really should have had it on our March 19th meeting or whatever it was when they made that presentation, this resolution, but that one's on me. I didn't have something ready for them. So I don't support postponing it. I don't see a problem with this last page. I mean, I see a problem with it, but it's not a deal breaker.
Ackerman Smith Bannister on the postponement, and let me just ask if we can consider how long these comments need to be. Councilmember Ackerman.
Councilmember Smith tried to raise his hand before me, and he probably has more context than me, so I'd like to hear from him first.
Councilmember Smith.
You're muted.
Councilmember Smith, you're muted. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm going to echo what Councilmember Hayner said is the task force had a very challenging assignment. And I believe that this last page is simply a record of the fact that there were a lot of participants who feel very strongly that there should have been affordable housing on the site. I don't think it's offensive to include it. I'm not going to support the postponement I think this is merely a record of the range of input that the task force got. I realize some people might not like some of it, but I think to dismiss people's input because you don't like it or disagree with it is dangerous.
Yeah, let me just make one point here. You know, the report itself is part of the agenda, and so that is part of the record now before this council. And so, you know, it's not like pages get ripped out or whatever. That's not what the clerk would do. And so, but as far as accepting the report, I think you could have a motion to not accept the page, but it's going to be in the, I mean, it's going to be in the record. So I hope that maybe assists you.
I've got now Bannister, yeah, I guess Ackerman and then Bannister. Ackerman having passed before or deferred. Were you still in the queue?
I'm just quickly, thanks for the context, Councilmember Hayner and Smith informs my vote.
Councilor Bannister.
I'm fine with not postponing it also. And I just wanted to follow up on what Councilmember Hayner said about bringing a future resolution about establishing the commons, because that was originally my intention to have that in this resolution. So if we wanted to, we could just amend this to add a resolved in here at the end that we would go forth and establish the Council of the Commons.
Have a motion?
Let me suggest that that's a complicated question that the nature of that committee and commission would probably be subject of more thought than just a resolution, a resolve clause in the back end, and that perhaps that's better done in consultation with staff as to what the nature of that body would be.
Are you sure about that? I mean, I believe that the recommendation.
That's just my suggestion. If you don't concur, then that's your call.
Well, I think the report was, it's fairly straightforward to be populated by task force members and others, and they would begin discussions of further discussion of what's happening on the Senate of the City. I think it's a little disappointing and stuff that we take too long on these things and people are anxious to get started. But I've made.
Councilor Eaton.
Thank you. I'm going to oppose the postponement. I don't think that we should amend this to create a committee just on the fly. I think that should come back as a separate resolution that needs to have the details considered at length. And I hope that we can just move forward on this.
I'll support the postponement as a matter of courtesy to help council members who are interested in engaging this issue. I believe the page should remain part of the report, and we accept the thing as a whole because that's the nature of what our residents gave us. Further discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson. This is on the postponement?
It is on the postponement. Sorry, thank you.
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'd just like to say that the notion of this setting up the Commons Council and so on is pretty well described in this document, and I think that it's appropriate to bring it as a separate resolution. I appreciate Councilman Bannister and I spoke about this a little bit, and also Councilman Nelson. and I was going to prepare one prior to this and slap it on the end here, but I think it's because it is its own discussion and it is pretty well laid out that we can easily do that with a separate resolution. And I'm happy to work with anyone on council to bring that forward at the next available time. And I do agree, people are excited to get this moving. And I think if we wouldn't have had the stay-at-home orders and so on, it would have been even more excitement about it because we had it booked for Earth Day and so on. And that ended up being virtual Earth Day. And that was a disappointment to folks. So there really is an urge to create a commons, a space for all in this city. And we're trying to answer that, and we will. And the next step is laid out. It's items 1.3 through 1.4, and that'll be contained in a resolution that we bring forward.
Okay. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mayor. I recognize the momentum that's here and the interest in moving this forward. I do want to just point out that some of the items, when you have a committee that gets together and meet, that typically does drive work for staff. And at this time, I would ask that you remember that things may move a little slower with staff than they do normally because of the way we're operating, and we may be operating for quite some time. So in addition to that, even staff support requires probably some upward budget adjustment if we're to do some of the preliminary design kind of work. So members who are interested in that may want to contact me about what that might look like for a budget amendment to appropriate additional funding in some way. It might not be a lot, but I think we have to be honest that the staff work still costs, and we've got to adjust for that.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowy?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DS1, resolution number 4, confirming the Barton Drive water main replacement and resurfacing project special assessment district number 55, Breed to Pontiac. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DS1.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
If I may, this isn't noted on the agenda, but late this afternoon, another protest puts this at an 8-vote requirement.
Thank you very much. Further discussion of DS1. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the trouble with this sidewalk and other sidewalk projects that are coming before us here is not that there isn't a need for sidewalks in many of these places, that these are critical gaps that are being filled, sometimes concurrently with construction projects and sometimes after the fact, as the next couple are. The problem is the asking the residents to pay for this, especially in these uncertain times. And I've mentioned that many times in the past. I recognize that. And it's about finding a way, it's about us trying to find a way to support the sidewalks and the need for these sidewalks with a way to pay for them that isn't laying into these neighbors anymore. And so once again, I'm sort of informally asking staff to try and find a way to pay for these, especially when they're concurrent with construction projects that doesn't lean on the neighbors, that doesn't lean on this, especially nowadays. I mean, I think we can all agree that sidewalks are a public good. Typically, when you have a public good, you have a public pay. If you have a private good, maybe it's a private pay. We have a public good with private pay here. And there are sources of funding available to us. We have a sidewalk millage fund. We have alternative transportation fund. This meets our Vision Zero goals. It meets our climate action goals. And so I believe that we could shop around and find a way to pay for these and put these sidewalks in place without laying it on these adjacent neighbors. I think it's time that we rethink our model. for how we're paying for sidewalks. I think it's time we recognize the community and common good that sidewalks are and pay for them accordingly. When you think about some neighborhoods that are never going to have sidewalks, that are never asked to pay for the common good, we know there's neighborhoods in some wards that are sidewalk lists. There's neighborhoods a block away from this that are sidewalk lists. And they may or may not be asked to pay for this. They're definitely not asked to pay for this common good that they will be using. And so I'm down on this notion that we continue to assess the adjacent property owners. And for that reason, I'm not going to support it. I would happily support it if staff came back and said, here's an alternative source of funding.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I want to just echo what Councilmember Hayner was saying. There's 4 sidewalk plans on tonight's agenda. 2 are great and supported, and 2 are fraught with trouble and have the 8-vote requirement and the objection of the owners of the property. And I'd like to point out that, like, if the city paid for all of the special assessments for this Barton Drive sidewalk, it would be for only $46,549. So on the city budget, it's very teeny. But when you translate that into what the homeowner is going to pay, the smallest bill for one of the homeowners is $3,687. Whereas the estimate for the other end is whittled down to a big $13,826. And that still could change because we don't know yet what the design plans are or the impacts are on their yard. There's been talk of, well, they'll have to give up a driveway and won't be able to enter and exit on Barton Drive anymore. But Friday night, we received a 61-page engineering document that still does not tell us with transparency and accessibility what the design even is yet or the final cost. So I wanted to highlight to council a couple things from the agenda questions. We do have a September 17 of 2019 memo that explains different sidewalk strategies, different places to get the money. And so we should, I would recommend that if we want to even proceed with this sidewalk, I mean, I would be comfortable to vote no on this sidewalk today, but if there's strong reason to continue to work on it, in the agenda questions, staff did indicate that it would not harm the project if we waited until the first meeting in June. So we could study the sidewalk strategies memo in greater detail and try and reach a consensus on different ways to cover this 46,000. And I think it's really important that we do this because with the 150 other miles of sidewalk gaps, and all this conversation we've been having tonight about equity and suffering and in the spirit of helping and challenging times and the recession just beginning, that we should treat these neighbors how we would like to be treated. And as we look at the other sidewalk gaps, to make sure that we stop doing it this way. Just because we've done it this way in the past of making the homeowners pay for it or part of it, that doesn't make it right going forward. And so those are some of the problems with this project. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was planning on just making one set of comments for all 4 because we have 4 sidewalk gap projects before us. And these are all special, obviously, assessment agenda items tonight. 2 for Barton, 1 for Nixon Traver, and 1 for Fuller. We have received formal objections related to the Nixon Traver project and the Bree to Pontiac Barton project. For all these sidewalk gap special assessment projects, we assessments are significant. They represent a hardship for many folks. The city does try very hard to mitigate the hardship by spreading the cost over installments, but the costs do remain significant. No one wants to pay the assessments, and that's understandable, and I'm certainly not going to be critical of folks objecting. I would also like to note, though, that everyone pays the sidewalk millage, and that includes people who don't have sidewalks. So because I think it was implied that these costs are not spread across all residences, and they are, but the assessments are for new sidewalks have always been handled this way. It's based on the property frontage. And to be honest, yes, there have been memos issued on this to address some of the questions and concerns that have been raised over time, but it's not clear to me what the alternative is. We have said as a council, this is a priority filling sidewalk, high priority sidewalk gaps, and the process that we're utilizing in determining the assessments is the same one the city has used for, honestly, decades, I would say. It's been a long, long time. I don't know of any other process and approach that we've ever utilized. So realistically, unless we want to abandon filling sidewalk gaps in high priority areas, or until we have a different funding mechanism, likely a new millage, let's be honest, this is how it needs to be done and has been done. I think it's also very important to remember that the city does not bring these forward unless they've been identified as priority gaps to fill. The Nixon Traver sidewalk, for example, that one's in the first ward, but it is right on the second ward boundary on Nixon Road. And today we've heard from a couple of folks in the second ward, neighbors who see the high value of having these gaps filled, and it is a key access to Logan Elementary. And I will just also note that that the gaps on this stretch of Nixon, the few gaps, and again, the Nixon Traver gaps, they are envisioned to be completed also as part of the, that's down the road. That's a whole nother conversation, the Nixon Corridor Improvement Project. And now there is grant funding that we have that is important leverage to reduce these costs for the property owners. And if this were postponed, I'm talking about the Nixon Traver Fuller walks, that would put grant funding at risk, which obviously would not be a positive. So just in general, I know none of us do lightly votes to assess residents thousands of dollars, but this is the same approach in the cost allocation formula the city has used forever, as long as I can remember again. I do believe that these are priority gaps to fill. And so I will be voting in favor of all 4 of these agenda items, which is DS1 through DS4 tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I was just, I guess my question was related to the process here. I mean, I'm convinced that it's the wrong thing to do to lay this charge on these people. And yet my understanding is that I guess I want to clear up this understanding. If this gets voted down because it requires so many votes, then we're going to do all this work and not put in sidewalks, which is hard to believe. And so because this is the 4th stage of a process related to Chapter 12, I don't think it's in my ability or authority to simply amend this resolution to make the city pay for it instead. And so I need some legal advice on this notion. How would it be that we would make this so that the city paid for it, since we're not getting any new answers from staff? I mean, could I just, we got 6 resolve clauses that refer back to these processes. And I can't just get rid of those because we're so far down this process. So I feel like I'm sort of in a yes or no situation, and I'm not going to, assess a bunch of people who are unemployed and could be for years, for all we know. So I would like to come up with a better way. Again, I'll say I'd like to come up with a better way to pay for these, and I can't do that without staff's help.
Mayor, may I comment?
Please.
I understand, Council. I hear the frustration that staff is bringing this back with special assessments, but I believe this is what staff is following. What is in code? I believe it's Chapter 12 on what your code says on how sidewalk gaps should be filled in special, and it says special assessments. The memo referred to outlines ideas where other sources of revenue could be utilized, but let me point out those revenue sources have already been utilized in their respective funds, or the revenues that haven't been obtained, if it's like an income tax, for example, or a bond. So for staff to come back and I think if council, I think what would be most helpful from my perspective is if council wants to change the ordinance, we should have a conversation about changing the ordinance. If staff wants to, if council wants to find a way to pay for this one, then staff would ask for your assistance in finding the offset for that, because the money's already been programmed. And I don't know if you want staff just selecting where that would come from ourselves. That's just opening up a whole nother ball of wax, because it's already been approved by council where those monies should be spent. I'd be happy to work with anybody interested in looking at the ordinance if that's your desire.
Councilmember Smith.
So I do think Mr. Crawford hit the nail on the head, is that, we need to look at that ordinance to change. But this has been something I've been looking at for a while, and I just want to throw some numbers out there so everybody understands kind of the magnitude of the sidewalk gaps that we're facing. Is, if you look at the total number of sidewalk gaps we have in the city, that's about 145 miles. But if you go through a process of analysis and take out, gravel roads that won't have sidewalks unless they get paved, and other places where there aren't sidewalks, it gets down to about 90 miles worth of sidewalk gaps that we've got. In today's dollars, staff estimates that costs between 130 and 195 million to build those sidewalks. I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect the city to do that, but I think that the mechanism we're looking at probably has to do with the renewal and expansion of the local roads and sidewalk millage to allow for that to be used to fill sidewalk gaps. I mean, when you talk about a low range of $94 million, that's a lot of money, and how are you going to raise that, and how are you going to implement that over a reasonable time frame? So, I'm all for looking at how we fund sidewalk construction in the city. I think, unfortunately, we're a little bit behind on that on these this evening. I'm going to support all 4 of them, but certainly I'm committed to working towards finding a solution to have the city have different sources of funding rather than relying on the property owner. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. It's always an interesting conversation when these sidewalk gaps come up, and it's somewhat circular in discussions. And, we did have an opportunity to actually fund this one differently. I just looked up our April 6th agenda in the minutes. CA 22 we had an opportunity to move $100,000 from the pilot program that was established, that was supposed to be for resident-driven projects. And in fact, Councilmember Hayner voted no on this one. It was an 8-vote requirement, and it fell 1 vote short. So I think staff has been trying to be creative as we've gone back and forth on this. They even came to do that, and I know that wasn't in the spirit of Councilmember Nelson's resolution, but we did have money sitting over from last year because it was unspent, and yet it was denied. Folks, we got to lead, and we got to make decisions ourselves. And we had an opportunity right there to help offset the cost for these residents on Barton. 7 of us voted yes that time, 4 of us voted no. So I'm sorry, but I'm a little frustrated with this one because there was an alternative funding source that was given to us on April 6th, but it was voted down. Also in this area, it's very dangerous. If anyone's biked or driven their car or walked, it's extremely dangerous over there. We have voted not to install bike lanes over there. I cannot not support this. This has to be done, and it's unfortunate that no new solutions been put in place. We're going to have to continue to follow the policy and ordinances that we have until we collectively come up with a different idea.
Councilmember Lum. Councilmember Lum, you're on mute.
Thank you. Just in terms of how to pay for new sidewalks, I think you got to be honest with folks. The sidewalk millage, which is now part of the street and bridge millage, and anyone jump here and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. I actually didn't support, this was years ago when those millages, the street and bridge was combined with the sidewalk millage. And I asked a bunch of questions at the time. We found out that, so when folks passed the street millage, it was for streets. Similarly, sidewalk for sidewalk repairs. It was never, is not for new construction. So if we want a sidewalk millage for new construction, that's a different new millage. And what I learned initially, okay, so we pulled all this, and guess what? We were spending less of the street millage on streets, but it was now one big pot of money. So, you know, things were more fluid. And I had difficulty with that because voters said, we want to spend, we're approving spending X on street repairs. And in fact, we weren't. Again, we pulled these millages and combined them, I should say. And we were doing because we didn't have adequate funding for the repairs. So we were doing more at the time. This goes back a few years for sidewalk repairs. And as we add sidewalks, it's going to take more money to do that repair work. Someone mentioned that gravel streets, for example, might not necessarily require sidewalks. Well, we got a couple of those in the second ward. And neighbors staff over the years have met with neighbors on these streets. These were folks who expressed interest in having their street resurfaced. There was no inexpensive option, frankly, and these streets remain unsurfaced for that reason. When the questions were posed, can we eliminate curb and gutter and sidewalks? It always came back from staff, no. Staff wants to do it, you know, they want all the, the nice to have things. I get it. And so then the costs would increase because then you're assessing based on frontage to add these sidewalks. So even in those areas where sidewalks don't exist on gravel roads, I know staff recommends building the sidewalks, assessing the property owner. So we've had so many of these projects. I mean, I bet the folks across the street for that Clegg Safe Walks to Schools sidewalk on the east side, Second Ward side of Nixon Road, there are probably folks there still making installment payments based to get on the frontage. I know we've got folks just around the corner on Green Road. So there is an equity issue because we have people across the city making their annual installments on the sidewalk that was built on their property. You know, I think fairness and equity is important. So we can't overlook that. Thanks.
Councilmember Bannister, and perhaps we get to voting on this one.
Okay, well, I just have a different definition of fairness and equity on there that just because we've done it wrong in the past doesn't make it right to keep on doing it this way. Again, it's only 46,549. So maybe that's a question I had for staff. Could they find, if we just added a resolved clause that the city will pay this 46,000, would staff be able to find the money, or would that kind of a resolved clause work?
Staff would want assistance in finding the money because everything is programmed. So we would have to work with you to find what you found acceptable to not do.
Okay. Well, through the lens of people's personal finances, that we don't know what's going on in those households, if they're out of work or without health insurance, we don't know. So through the lens of personal finance and climate change and the aftermath and fallout from the pandemic, I am just really feeling that we need to focus, like the city is focusing, on our needs and our wants for the individual homeowner, that it's just wrong to tell them that they've got to have something that they don't want and have to pay for it. And I'm not saying never. There's innovations coming down in the agenda response questions. There's innovations in materials and design and multimodal paths for bikes and such. So I think the neighbors, if you read their objection letters, they're not saying never. They're saying they would look to new techniques and new materials. But if we want these sidewalks, that we should know what of their natural features. Maybe that's a question for staff, is that to this day, the design plan and the impact on their yards and natural features is not known. So we are voting tonight for an unknown plan. We've heard switchbacks, we've heard losing a driveway, we've heard a little bit, but we do not know what actually is planned for this dollar bill. Is that correct? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Hoopy or Mr. Hutchinson. Am I correct that the plans are not clear on the impact on their properties yet?
I can jump in on that. I think the plans are pretty well formed up in terms of what the impact to natural features will be. I don't think there's any mysteries there. The only place that wasn't quite determined was at, I think it was 415 at the Hamptons there. We had been trying to work with them on determining what the best course of action to do that sidewalk was, but there's not really any unknowns here in terms of what the impacts to natural features will be.
So 527 has a whole bunch of trees in the front of it, and 515 has a bunch of long grasses. So we should assume all of those will be removed?
I would have to ask our project manager, Jane Allen, about that specifically, but I believe that those have been discussed with property owners.
Okay, well, I've tried to keep up with the project, and I am not aware of any communications about those properties or their impact on their natural features and their rain gardens. And that's
Well, I'm Jane Allen. I'm the project manager for the job. As Nick mentioned, 415, we have been in discussions with the property owners regarding eliminating a driveway at that location because the grade there is so steep and they have a driveway off Breed Place. They are not open to that idea at this time. At 515, there are some long bamboo in the front yard there, but it's currently in the right of way. The sidewalk will be in the public right of way. It will not be on private property. So we may have to trim some of that back, but it will only help for the site distance, that issue that it's causing because it grows so fast. And at 527, the new forestry looked into the trees that are currently there. They are trees that can take a lot of root damage. So those we don't feel that be removed at this time. We will look into them next winter if the sidewalk were to go in and see how their health is, but they're supposed to be resilient. And at 701, there was one tree that was going to be removed. I spoke to the property owner. He's fine with us mitigating a small 4-inch tree that was in the ramp location and another large tree that was very close to the sidewalk he wants us to remove.
Okay, Jane, on that, okay, so at 527, we would just keep all those trees in. We hope they won't die, but they won't be proactively removed.
Correct. And it's too late in the season to remove the trees because that needs to be taken care of the winter time based on natural habitat for bats.
Okay, so this is the kind of information that I'm learning now that we haven't been talking about as we went along, which is part of the confusion and frustration and anxiety on these projects.
Well, the project plans are currently on the project website. They do show the proposed sidewalk. Each property owner got a parcel map that showed where the sidewalk would be, and they included trees on the parcel maps. That's why I did get a phone call from 701 Barton regarding his trees.
Huh. Okay, well, I don't believe how Councilmember Hayner and I are in the loop on that. Try as we might.
Well, it was a phone conversation. It wasn't an email that was included with city council members.
Okay, well, so on 415, if you are unable to resolve, what is the high end of how their final assessment might end up? We've got 13,826, but since the plan is still up in the air, would
that was a reduced assessment from the original estimate in resolution 2 because the bid came in lower. So I reduced all the assessments and letters went out to all the residents. Because of the difficulty with the grade, having to put a sidewalk in, and also because the driveway is currently so steep, putting a sidewalk in that's only 2% slope to the road, where they're currently about 14% on their driveway, it would cause the approach to their driveway to be about 28%, which is not recommended. So they also claim they didn't want a switchback because in order to put in a ramp for a crosswalk near Longshore, it would cause us to put in a switchback. So staff did reach out to them. We tried to negotiate removing their driveway. We would be able to eliminate the switchback, and the city would be saving money on the project because we could eliminate the switchback, some railing for the switchback and their driveway approach. So I contacted them with a new assessment cost of cost savings and a temporary grading permit that was close to $900, and they have refused the reduced assessment.
The assessment roll that is presented with this resolution right now is the assessment roll. If it's approved tonight, that $13,000 figure is the assessment for that property.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be going any higher than that, certainly.
Okay, and I guess I'm done with questions and let everybody get on. Other than in the agenda responses, you had mentioned, or someone had responded that there was new techniques and new materials where the concrete that is a super high carbon emitter would not be used, and that there could be some recycled materials. And has staff done any work on not using carbon emitting concrete?
I think my response.
We're using standard concrete on this project for the sidewalk, for the curb and gutter, for any other work that we're doing. We keep an eye on developing technology in terms of new concrete products. There's things that are being developed at U of M. They're not ready for the market at this time, but we will continue to monitor that, and if the product does become readily available on the market and is reasonably priced, then we will certainly look towards using it.
Okay, well, thanks for all those answers. I think I'm going to vote yes on 2 of the sidewalks, but not the other 2, because I think there's too many problems with this particular one, and that eventually, the neighbors aren't saying they would never take a sidewalk here, but I think the way the current plan is, I'm going to side with them on this particular project. 2 out of.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bannister. Hold on. Councilmember Bannister, were you completed?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'm extraordinarily frustrated with these sidewalk projects. I'm going to vote for all of them. If we don't like the policy, it's our job, and I think some of my colleagues, Councilmember Smith pointed this out, change it. That's our job. We make policy. So if you don't like it, face the real trade-offs and don't ask staff to come up with money that's not there for your particular ward. Like that's an equity issue. That's not okay. We sometimes have to explain to constituents that we have a policy that promotes pedestrian safety and filling in sidewalk gaps. And you can do that and do the work. It might not always make them real happy with you, or you can work with them to obstruct the process. And this is, I'm just going to be really frank, because I'm frustrated, and I see a pattern, especially in the first ward, with sidewalk projects of obstruction, of obfuscation, of some of the sentences that just came out of your mouth, to be frank, Councilmember Bannister, like I'm really struggling to follow the logic. Like there was literally a sentence that talked about climate change, personal finance, a global pandemic, like innovation and natural features all in the same sentence. Like that's just clearly obfuscation to me. And I'm just frustrated because we're causing major problems in terms of pedestrian safety in the city if we can't make these decisions. And if you don't like the policy, Mr. Crawford's offered to work with you on this. There are lots of us, but you have to be willing to accept the trade-offs. This is a hard job sometimes, and it's not going to get easier in the coming months. And so we have to be willing to make a tough decision sometimes, even if it's, as opposed to just saying that the neighbor gets to decide and the rest of us get not to be as safe as kids are walking to school or walking to major amenities like the second most popular park in the city when things open up. So this is, I just want to acknowledge that like these decisions have real consequences for people's safety. And sometimes we have to be willing to say to constituents, like, I'm sorry that this is not how you want things, but I'm not going to work with you to obstruct the process. I'm going to work for the benefit of everyone in the city because we need to keep people safe. And this is the policy that we have. And if not, change it.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I've lived within a half mile of this missing sidewalk gap for 31 years. And so you're not going to pin the lack of safety on your current first ward reps, Councilwoman Grand. And so, you know, if you're happy to speak to the issue, but the disparaging of other people's comments is not welcome.
Further discussion? Sorry, Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember Griswold, I try to look on the raised hand side, the electronic raised hand. That is sometimes why I think I've been missing you. My apologies.
Oh, okay. I don't think you have missed me. And yeah, my little hand keeps disappearing. I just want to mention 3 things. One is, I think that this is a new day. Earlier tonight, we approved $250,000 for emergency financial assistance due to the pandemic. So we're actually spending city money to help some citizens because of the financial crisis we're in. At the same time, we're billing other citizens for sidewalks they don't want. Another thing is we have parks without sidewalks right in this area. So it's like, it's okay to bill the homeowner, but it's not okay to put the sidewalk in where the park is. And the third thing is we have many examples of roadway construction where the homeowners said, we don't want a sidewalk. And because they had the political clout, a sidewalk was not constructed. So I totally agree. We need to fill these sidewalk gaps. We need them to improve safety, but we need to look at our ordinance. We need to look at our practices to make sure that we are being consistent throughout the city.
Councilmember Lum, if I recollect correctly, this is number 3. And I forget, I don't know where we are.
I guess I had a question maybe for staff.
Sure.
If I may, just quickly. Okay, so the statement was just made that if people have clout and there's a construction project on their street and a sidewalk is to be installed, they get a pass. I am not aware of any situation where that's occurred, but I could be dead wrong. You know, recently, the biggest sidewalk installation in, well, we've had quite a few in the second ward, but one large one that was attached to a large project was on Getty's Ave, where we put in water mains, sanitary sewers, stormwater detention, and sidewalks. That involved a lot of damage, disruption of landscape, tree removal. It was very, very costly for every homeowner. And I can assure you no one got a pass. And there were lots of concerns raised. And similarly so I said I had a question, I apologize. Are there examples where people have gotten a pass and?
I am not aware of any personally.
Thanks.
Whenever we've built new sidewalk, we've followed city code and done the assessment.
I would jump in also and say we not only follow city code, we follow city policy of complete streets, which is to put sidewalks in if they're physically possible. The only places we don't put them in is where council tells us not to.
So thank you.
And we have an example. There's an example on Duvarin where ITC did all this site work and they didn't put a sidewalk in.
All right.
My question was answered.
Let me observe that this part of the conversation is devolving. And if people have concerns about what's been said at the table with respect to sidewalks that have gone in or not gone in, perhaps they can raise that with the council member who brought the issue up.
May I just finish? I know that was.
I'm not running the conversation. I'm just observing. You have the floor, council member.
I think you're doing the right thing there to wrap this up. And I appreciate that my question was answered. I just didn't want the implication out there because, yeah, I've been involved with one-on-one conversations with lots of residents who have, these very similar kinds of concerns. And staff work very hard with every property owner that I've experienced, going through this process, and made the site visits, but nobody got a pass. I don't want it to imply that, necessarily you push back hard enough, okay, you're treated differently somehow. I mean, everybody's treated pretty equitably here. So I think the answer to the question helped clear the air on that.
The Councilmember Bannister, Ramlawi, then Griswold.
Okay, I can think of, I believe it was Longshore Drive in 2019 that they were suggested that they needed a sidewalk, and they all said, no, we'd rather not, and the project quietly went away. And also on this very Barton Drive project from M14 to Pontiac Trail, it originally included M14 to Breed, and all of those neighbors said, no, we don't want it, and it was scratched off the design plan. That was originally, that was a success. It didn't make sense to have any sidewalks there, and that was in the original plan design. And so maybe that was what Councilmember Griswold was referring to, a couple of those Ward 1 projects where the city proposed it and the neighbors said no, and then it did quietly disappear. What I would like to suggest at this point is that if people are saying they just want to vote yes for these sidewalks, then I would ask that we wait till the first meeting in June to see through the lens of personal finances and the aftermath and fallout of the pandemic and possible changes in climate change, that 30 days may give us more information about everyone's individual and city personal finances and city finances. So I would ask for a postponement till the first meeting in June.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Councilmember Bannister, discussion of the postponement. Further discussion on the postponement.
Mayor, that was for the first meeting in June.
First meeting in June.
Thank you.
I'm going to clear the queue. I have Ramlawi and Smith. Try to remind, if we get back to the main motion, try to remind me that you're up. Let's go.
Thank you. Sorry, this is going on and on, but every time sidewalk gaps come up, it will, especially in the first ward. When will the residents of these properties be given the financial, I guess, when will they have to start paying for these assessments? If this all goes through, and as Councilmember Bannister and other people have alluded to, the financial fallout, when do these folks begin to have to pay for these if this project commences without any further delay?
It's a question for the treasurer. I don't think he's in on this, but it is usually, and Tom, correct me if I go too far astray, is the year following completion of construction is when it would start showing up on the tax rolls.
Yes, we do have the city assessor here if we have a question, but I believe that if it was approved today, the first assessment would be in July of 2021. Is that right, Jerry? You're muted, Mr. Markey.
Sorry about that. Yes, that's correct. It would be a July tax bill and most likely be the July 2021.
Okay. That is 14 months out from right now. before any kind of bill is being sent to anybody. I frankly don't think the financial impact is something that has that much weight to it right now, to be honest with you, with a 14-month lead time. I'm just strongly disappointed that this conversation has taken as long as it has. We did have an opportunity, as I stated the first time, to fund this a different way, and it was turned down by a council member from the first ward. So I will not support a postponement. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold and Hayner, then perhaps we can vote on the postponement, because I think people have a pretty good idea of what they're going to do. Councilmember Griswold.
I think mine was on the main motion regarding sidewalks that haven't been put in, but.
Sorry, we're still on the mid. We'll come on back to that if it comes to pass. Councilmember Hayner on the postponement.
Yeah, I mean, I'll support a postponement. The resolve clauses say that the first payment's due on July 1st, 2020, and that the special assessment roll interest starts also on that date if they're deferring the installments at 6% or 3.5% interest. And so I'm not sure if I'm reading a not updated version of it, but you know, I don't have a problem putting this off for a meeting as long as it doesn't slow down the construction that I think is supposed to start very soon, if I'm not mistaken. So you know, I'll support the postponement because it was brought by my ward colleague here, but I will also support her in her asking whatever questions she wants about sidewalks and representing the people of our ward.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
On the
Councilmember
postponement.
Nelson? On the postponement.
On the postponement.
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. I think I had Rumlawi, Smith, Griswold.
Well, I'll just make it brief. I apologize, but there's been comments about some of these other sidewalk gaps that council has turned down, like the M14 to Breed. I mean, when we look at these things, I actually go out there when I can to see what the conditions are. I'm not an engineer, but I think I got a pretty good sense of things as being a pedestrian, a motorist, and a cyclist, all three all the time. Not ashamed of it. There's no need to put a sidewalk, an expensive sidewalk that would destroy a lot of vegetation along that stretch, because we have a beautiful boardwalk there. Anyone who has an option would definitely take that boardwalk. It's just one of the jewels that we have. So, you know, we can't, that argument, I'm sorry, just fell flat with me. And I just want to urge my colleagues to vote yes on all four of these. It's very important that we move forward on this if we're going to get anything done. And I just here to just urge my colleagues to vote yes on all four.
Councilmember Smith?
I'd just like to call the question. I think everybody's spoken on this.
I don't believe Councilmember Nelson has spoken. Nor have I, now that you mention it, nor has Eaton. But it certainly has gone on quite some time. And if the observation is maybe we can just start voting, I guess I'd second that emotion. Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something that was said. And people think I talk a lot about crosswalks, but actually I got my start in 1995 getting a sidewalk put in on Pemberton. When the street was resurfaced, a sidewalk was not put in. On Waldenwood, when the street was resurfaced, a sidewalk was not put in, and Councilmember Lum was helpful in getting that sidewalk put in that was adjacent to King's School a few years ago. But we also have Arlington in the second ward that does not have sidewalks. And also Geddes, while a lot of work was done there's a sidewalk on the north side of the street, but there's not a sidewalk on the south side of the street. And I'm not arguing for sidewalks in these areas. I'm just saying that our policy is somewhat flexible.
Further discussion of the main motion.
No, I shouldn't.
Roll call. Councilmember Lum.
I shouldn't say that's on Getty's. It was put on the north side because the stormwater detention and rain gardens were put on the south side. And they paid for.
Further discussion of the main motion. Roll call vote, please, on the main motion, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yeah.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
DS2, resolution number 4, confirming the Barton Drive water main replacement and resurfacing project assessment districts number 60, Barton Starwick intersection. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum, Councilmember Lum,
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
DS3, resolution number 4, confirming the Nixon and Trevor Sidewalk Gap Project, District number 56. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DS3. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm following up. We have the right ones in front of me here. This is the east, we're talking about the west side of Nixon in this case. Yeah. So, this is, I just want to point out that this is a situation where we've had a sidewalk on the other side of the street forever. And then we let Nixon Farms go to development and they left their little stub. And so now we're kind of filling in, that was a sidewalk gap that was created. It wasn't a gap that existed. There was no need for this sidewalk until we put development in, hopscotched ourselves with this development. And I know that we've looked at, the effect that kind of hopscotching has on all sorts of city infrastructure. Now we're seeing it written in these sidewalks. And so I just throw that out there as the idea that we're creating sidewalk gaps with our hopscotching of development. And now we're coming back and sticking the homeowners with them. And, we got some appeals from people who live west of Logan School to please make sure that the sidewalk gets put in, which, I was trying to read some of the letters and follow some of the maps, and I know the area pretty well because my son went to Logan for a year. And it didn't make any sense to me why people would walk a block past the school to get to the school. But that's their prerogative. And it's their prerogative to demand someone else be assessed for a sidewalk that isn't in front of their house. So I just want to point that out, that when we look at these development things, there are other opportunities to find funding for the sidewalk. This would have been a good example to say a global company like Toll Brothers could have easily done the rest of the sidewalk for us all the way to Draper, if only we had had the foresight to require it of them. So I'm just putting that out there, that these are ideas for the future, better ways to make new development a common good. Thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I lied when I said it initially. I speak for all four of these. On this one, I just want to point out that in the city staff response, and thanks for the information, it was confirmed that the Nixon corridor plan will require sidewalks anyway, and the design was done in such a way that the sidewalks installed now will not need to be modified when we do the corridor improvement project. We also have a grant, a federal grant, and that has resulted in a low assessment share of 13%. So there's great leverage with this grant, great reduction in the assessment cost, and that would be lost if it's postponed because it's for this specific project. And I will just say that when the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street here on the east side, second ward side, if you will, that was done through Plague Safe Walks to School grant. And Councilmember Griswold, she wasn't a council member at the time, she worked very hard to bring that to fruition. And all of the folks along that sidewalk with frontage paid their share to build that sidewalk, which is enjoyed by many now. And Toll Brothers did, in fact, again, feel free, staff, to correct me on any of this, they did pay for the sidewalks along their property. So yeah, they weren't treated any differently from anyone else, to my knowledge. So again, I will be supporting it. I think it's we have so many more people in this area, like 1,000 more units of housing, and a lot of people walking. And actually, with the COVID pandemic, it's been brought to my attention by some neighbors that it's difficult to do the social distancing with so many people out walking. Just, you know, having this completed sidewalk on both sides of the street would also help in that regard as well. So again, these are priority sidewalk gaps that are being addressed here. Thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
motion carries.
DS4 resolution number 4, confirming the Fuller Court Sidewalk Gap Project, District number 57, moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DS4. Councilmember Lum.
Just to clarify that there is no pushback at all here for this. In fact, this is a sidewalk that many have wanted for a very long time. And I appreciate the confirmation that the University of Michigan will be paying their fair share, and as will be the Ann Arbor Public Schools paying their fair share. So thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. Are there communications today from our city attorney?
No, Mayor.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. The phone number for public comment general time is on your screen now. The meeting ID to call in should be displayed as well. Callers who wish to speak will be called upon one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number. You will hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When you're speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds. The clerk will keep time and announce when 30 seconds are remaining. Your total is 3 minutes. When your time is up, you'll be placed on mute so that we may move on to the next speaker. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Mayor, there's no one.
Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Amlawi.
I just have a question as to the practice of having online meetings. Do we believe our next meeting will be conducted in the same form, same fashion? I know most likely, obviously, next Monday will, but the Monday after that as well.
At this point, we only know next Monday. The governor's order runs out on the 15th. And unless that extended, we would not have, Mr. Postma can chime in if you've got more additional comments, but unless it's extended past the 15th, we would not have authorization to do so.
Well, we're still looking at that. I think the order clarifies some things, but we're still looking at whether there's a mechanism to continue it on, because I think that it's probably important to do, but we're in discussions on that.
So we don't have any. We don't
have details on that. I guess. Can we put an update clock on that? Can you get back to us by the end of this week as to an update? And even if that update is we don't know yet.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Is that good, council member?
That's awesome. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you. Further communication from council. Do we have a closed session today, Mr. Postma?
We do not.
Did Councilmember Hayner have his hand up?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, he did. My apologies, Councilmember Hayner. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make a general remark about the tenor of our conversations here. I think this was the appropriate time to do it, to wait to the end here. You know, I'm fortunate in that some of my council colleagues are perfectly willing to respond to my emails or call me with an update or copy me on something that might be of interest to me. And I'm also fortunate in that some of them have taken it upon themselves to start up the Sunday night dialogue, the council caucus, which apparently used to be a partisan affair with 2 different groups meeting, but now has become more of a secondary opportunity for the public to engage in meaningful ways with the council and have conversations and do some of the hard work of going over the agenda. And I haven't attended many of those because I had set aside my Sunday nights for my own time to go over my agenda and read responses and get final questions and so on together. But I certainly appreciate that the caucus happens, and I appreciate that people bring me up to date with what happened at the caucus. And I just want to be real honest here and say that I was disappointed to find that there was an alternative to the caucus happening, that of the 100 waking hours that something else could have been scheduled, that Mr. Mayor, you decided to schedule your Facebook Live event the exact same time that caucus was happening. And I found that to be not only an unusual scheduling, but unusually divisive. And so we have a lot of these concerns about social media. We have concerns about the people that you appoint who, harangue us on social media and then wonder why we don't support their appointments. And I think a lot of these not really big problems, but small problems could be set aside and worked through if we just had a little more togetherness. And I'm finding that I'm not sure how to bring that togetherness to this body. But I wish for it. And so I think we could start by not questioning others' values and as to why we choose to represent our constituents in one way or another. And I think we could also start by having courtesies like responding to email inquiries and things. I mean, Mr. Mayor, you know that I had to pay for a FOIA just to see what kind of email you do, because you never answer my emails. Never. And it's not working. It's not working for our residents. It's not working for me. And it's clearly not working for this body. And so I just wanted to get that off my chest. I know we have a lot of time alone when some of us are forced to not work. And so, I've had a lot of time to think about it, and am encouraging us all to take that extra effort to not only show leadership to our community and helpfulness in this time of crisis, but to try and come together as a body and set aside whatever kind of petty differences we have and work for the common good. So thank you for listening.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff and thank all of you for slogging through yet another sidewalk problem. And I wanted to summarize that there has been we are making progress. There's been a lot of success here. We were able to get rid of the inappropriate sidewalks along Barton from M14 up to Breed. And we are doing a lot better job at listening to the residents and communicating what's happening to them with the sidewalk gap project, notifying them. And we have the Council Nelson's resident-driven sidewalk gap program has come out of these discussions. So we're making some good progress from where we used to be, listening to the people and trying to improve our sidewalk process. My one question, though, for perhaps Tom Crawford would be, where do we go from here if we want to look at changing the special assessment policy?
I would be happy to get some staff. We can meet with a couple of council members who've expressed interest in that and look at an ordinance revision that could come back to council for consideration. I just want to, that's something I think we could get in this year. I wouldn't say we could get it in this next month, maybe, but that's something we could work with you on.
Well, if we don't have any new sidewalks on the horizon issues, we don't need to hurry unless it needs to be on the ballot.
Well, the ordinance, you guys have the ability to change, and I'm happy to work with you on a proposal you'd like to bring forward.
Okay, and there again, if there aren't any sidewalk gap projects in the works, then that lowers its priority.
Yeah, I did check, and it sounds like there's another one coming, but it did not sound as challenging as some of the ones that we've had to deal with recently.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Just want to respond to Councilmember Hayner's comments, because I think a lot of them are about me. So I really did, and I really sincerely mean this, I had the pleasure of having these meetings with Councilmember Griswold the last few days and staff, where I think we really worked together effectively to find common ground, because we both cared about getting this done and being responsive to residents, because that was and we might have had some differences and we compromised and we worked it out. I think this is very possible, but I think it has to come from a place of willingness to do that. And I appreciate staff's role in that. But I also think it comes from a place of acknowledging ourselves. And if we're going to call certain volunteers out for their social media, then I think, it needs to start with yourself, right? And comments that have been made both in the past and say in the last week on social media, maybe with nauseous and crying emojis about someone's stepmom. So if you're going to do it has to start, I think we just have to, if we're going to criticize others, I think we need to look at our own behavior. And I think I'm just going to leave it at that. But I hope in the conversations we have, especially around social media, that that we're honest with ourselves about our own past and present behavior in that medium.
Further communication from council?
Mayor,
Mr. Crawford, I'll go for it.
not council, I just want to correct something I just said to Councilmember Bannister.
Sure.
Notwithstanding the one that's coming up later this year, I do believe we have the Jackson Road sidewalk gap coming up at the next meeting. So after that one, I think there's one more. Sorry.
Thank you.
Further communication from council? May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.
No closed session.